Hello, hello. Thank you all so much for joining us. Welcome to the AP Grammy Red Carpet Show live from Los Angeles. I'm Leslie Ambris, one of your hosts, and I'm joined by my lovely colleagues here.
Yes, Gary Gerard Hamilton.
And Krista Fourier. Thank you guys for having me.
Of course, welcome.
We love it. Krista's joining on this year for the first time. Just an amazing journalist here at AP. We're so excited to have you, Krista. Guys, I'm excited. It's finally here. The Grammys, the craziness. I mean, and this year is looking a lot different. Gary, can you talk a little bit about that? I know you were just at Fire Aid this past week as well.
Well, I mean, obviously it's no surprise the damage and destruction that the Los Angeles area has faced. But I think the most exciting thing is seeing how Los Angeles, especially since I don't live here, has kind of come together. And the Grammys almost stopped on a dime and changed their whole format of the show. And so we had Fire Aid, which was benefiting victims as well as celebrating first responders. And then tonight we are going to have almost like a telethon-style Grammys award show, where there will be prompts for you all to donate to continue to help, because this isn't a one-time thing or a one-week thing. These people are literally rebuilding their lives and will need support for many months and maybe even years.
Yeah, and it was definitely, there was a question, obviously, what the award season in Hollywood was going to look like following these fires. But now, so I think for the Grammys is kind of trying to set the tone in terms of like turning the spotlight onto the people that are hurting and the victims and the first responders as well.
Not only within the community, but also in the industry. Like you were saying, the Grammys is really setting the tone for the rest of award season. And I mean, I love that, everyone's able to give back. We're also celebrating amazing nominees. All of your favorite nominees have worked so hard this past year and are now being honored with all of their great albums. I mean, listen, I had things on a repeat this whole, but let's talk about the highly anticipated category, the one we're all going to be on the edge of our seats for, Album of the Year. Look at those names that we got on there. Beyonce, Sabrina Carpenter.
Which is a nice surprise, and I think, the Grammys is one of the most exciting nights in entertainment. And, we have some of the biggest stars in music literally walking right behind us. And so we'll have one-name superstars like Beyonce and Taylor Swift. We have living legends like the Beatles. And then even up-and-comers like you just mentioned, Sabrina, Shabuzi, Teddy Swims. And so when we look at Album of the Year, of course, Beyonce, the number one question is, will she do it this year? Finally, although she has some competition. Of course, Taylor is already in it again. And then we have Billie Eilish. And then some surprises like Andre 3000, which I think no one was really expecting.
Jacob Collier as well. Krista's favorite, Charlie XCX. Chappell Roan.
Friend. She was also a fan. She was also top of my Spotify Wrapped. So, although if I had it my way, Nilüfer Yanya and Jordy Griep would be here tonight. So they would be, the Academy's not ready for that.
The Recording Academy here.
There you go.
Oh my God. And on top of just seeing all the amazing interviews here with us today, you guys also get to have your own moments behind the scenes with all the craziness. We have multiple cameras. I saw Kehlani getting out of a limo a few seconds ago. That was a lot. I was like, oh, Kehlani's here. I loved that music video that she put out this past year.
Awesome.
She's the best. We'll also have just an overhead. I mean, like Gary was saying earlier, we had the different stars that were just kind of walking by, and you'll get to see them as well. And yeah, we're just so excited to chat with everyone.
This is Krista's first time at the Grammys. Now, obviously, she is no stranger to carpets, covering the Emmys and the Oscars, but I think the Grammys has a little bit of a different feel. I don't want to say it's cooler, but I might be saying it's a little cooler. Just what are your first impressions of being live on the Grammys carpet?
Well, it's definitely longer than a lot of carpets cover. So, we got to get the stamina, putting it to the test tonight. But it's definitely, it's a kind of punk rock feel, I would say,
Very trendy.
Yeah. Less stuffy, maybe, dare I say. Than the Oscars.
The fashion above and beyond, I mean, let's talk about these looks today, guys. Gary, look at this gold.
Oh, thank you. I just felt like, the gramophones are gold, so why not let's try a gold theme this year.
I love it. Reformation end of year sale always my go-to. Yeah.
And you look great.
Thank you.
We got the silver, we got the gold. You know, I went with my classic all black.
I love it,
Little
yeah.
mermaid style here.
And the earrings.
The earrings.
Love
the
them.
earrings. You know, we're looking cute, but let's look at the fashion cam and see what everybody's wearing today.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a beautiful, beautiful lace look here. We love. Oh, I should have been that excited when I walked on earlier.
Yeah. This is the guest.
I can't.
Hi.
Hello. How are you? Chiquis, let me have you go
Right
a
here?
little
Okay.
bit. There we go. I love the look. Look at you. Always looking regal. I mean, una de las reinas aquí de
thank
Long
you.
Beach, de Los Angeles. Tell me, how does it feel, Chiquis, just with this album, to see the Recording Academy recognize it, given that you really had your girl boss moment?
Thank you so much. Exactly that. What you said, just being recognized means so much. It's already like, I feel like I'm a winner, you know, and I'm the only woman in the category. I love to be able to represent the woman in the category. But also there's so many women. There's so many women in my genre, and it's exciting to be here. It's exciting, especially after how difficult it was to finish the album. I decided to name it Diamantes, Diamonds, and well, how are diamonds made? Under a lot of pressure, so I felt the pressure, but hey, I'm here, I'm happy, I'm glad, and I'm grateful.
I love it. And I mean, your mom got her post star on the Walk of Fame. There's another film coming out recognizing her legacy. What does that mean to you, just continuing to see the role that she carries in the industry, specifically in Mexican American culture as well as time goes on?
It means a lot as a daughter to know that after 12 years that she graduated to a better world, is what I like to say, that she's still being loved and still being loved on, and her music is still reigning. She's reigning, and that as a daughter is amazing. As a woman in the industry as well, she paved the way for so many of us. So I'm just proud. I'm proud, and especially where she came from, and she's still, her name is out there. I love it. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that still listens to my mother's music. It means a lot to me.
And I think when you grow up in the industry, sometimes you have a better sense maybe than people that don't of how things operate.
Yes.
But it can also be harder in a sense as well. So I'm just
Right.
wondering, what's one piece of advice, particularly when it comes to your career profession, that she left with you, that you always kind of carry, whether it's making an album, whether it's preparing for the Grammys? What's that one thing that she left with you?
Wow, she left me so many lessons, but I think one of the last ones, when I told her I wanted to sing, she said, you know what, it's a very difficult industry for women. There's a lot of sharks in the industry, but you're gonna find that anywhere. You just have to stand in your own, be authentic of what you're doing. Don't listen to what other people tell you that you need to record in your especially your art. And I love that because of that, and because of that conversation that we had, I was like, I'm like her, I'm a risk taker, I'm gonna go and take this leap of faith. And I've always been the one, don't put me in a little box. I'm gonna step out that little box and dance because that's what my mom taught me. So it's worked out for me, and it worked out for her, so hey.
That's awesome.
Here on the carpet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you guys.
And you look lovely. Speaking of diamonds, you look very, very pretty.
I appreciate you
Oh,
guys.
of course.
Thank
you so
love.
much.
Thank you. I love Chiquis. She's amazing. Her
know,
mom, as
great.
we all know, is a legendary Jenny Rivera, another icon in the Mexican American community. So I'm really excited we got to chat with her. We spoke with her the first year you and I
did.
co-hosted
I
together.
know.
Yeah.
And she was very sweet, and it's always good to see the evolution and how they continue to just have success. And
Yeah.
I just love that she still loves to talk about her mom. It's beautiful.
Me too, as well. Hello, how are you?
Doing wonderful.
So good to see you.
Yeah,
I
good
love
to see
the
you
gold
too.
here.
How's your day so far?
It's going good.
Beautiful,
It's going good.
beautiful,
You know, we're here at the
beautiful.
Grammys. It can only get better. It can only get better.
You create in isolation a lot of times, and then when you have your peers also validate what your creativity is, it's a humbling experience at the same time too. It shows you the power of art and why we have to constantly be dedicated to it, So I'm excited to be here to share that energy. Yeah.
And what does it mean to you just to also see, that the Recording Academy is rallying behind artists and also has the Music Cares fire relief effort going on as well.
Well, you know, the thing is that the fires actually hit home for me because as a musician, a Ghanaian musician, when I first traveled to the United States, I lived in the Pacific Palisades.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I lived on Via de la Paz. And even my first recording record, a lot of the stuff was written in the streets of Via de la Paz, on the bluffs of Via de la Paz. So to be back home now in Ghana, and then I see on the screen this raging fire that's burning. At the time too that I was preparing to come for the Grammy, a nomination for a song that's called Rise. I felt that, you know, it's not by coincidence that the Academy chose to go through and have the Grammy happen, because we need the power of music to convene all of us in a time of need, in a time when we need to instill in each other that through our human family, we're together and we will go through it together if we work together, you know. So I am happy to be here. At the same time too, I am inspired that we are using this opportunity to show love and stand with the people of Los Angeles and stand with the people of the Palisades and show that the artistic community who are also affected are not going to be alone. And this Grammy is going to be something to show the power, transformative of power, music, to raise social consciousness and at the same time to bring all of us together, you know. So another thing too, I just wanted to pull in my collaborator.
Of
course.
Yeah,
The man,
you
right?
know,
Hello, we love
Roan,
it. How are you, sir?
Roan Hilton, you know, we collaborated on the song Rise, and then also Nabain, who's also from Ghana, we collaborated on this. So I'll let Roan to, you know, give his piece, you know.
So, man, this is a very humbling experience. You know, we wanted to collaborate together in the spirit of unity and bringing the diaspora together. We brought like 6 people from America over to Ghana, inspired by Rocky in 2020 when he was nominated. And he had this huge, incredible, inspiring event about the diaspora bringing people to Africa. We are immediately inspired, wanted to go over there and create. And this was one of the records we created together, one of 3. Got some more coming.
Yes, more coming. A
So
record?
now, you know,
Yes.
now with all the fires, you know, and everything that's going on, and the somber attitude, we love that the Grammys decided to keep going, right? And we love that this is the pinpoint of a great year. We can't wait for Rocky's album. Can't wait to see what happens tonight. Ready for a great show.
And then recording it too, where we record the studio too, is we recorded a lot of the vocals and tracking were done here
Yes.
in LA. So it also, and where the studio is, it's also fire prone area, you know.
Oh, yes.
So it all brings it down to that Rise is a song for the now. And we are honored that the Academy has shown that love too.
Yes.
Yes.
The last question is particularly for you, Rocky. Obviously, throughout the last year or two, we've seen a lot of music coming out of Africa.
Yes.
And so what is that, man, we know Africa is more than just one particular country. It's made up of so many. But what does it mean to hear that sound starting to dominate airways?
You know, the thing is that it's long time coming, you know. Africa is a continent of diversity, a continent of individual cultures that on their own can populate many worlds. You see, so only a snapshot of Africa does not do justice to the rest of Africa, but it also opens people's eyes as to the vast, amazing, you know, kind of repository of sounds and culture that is from the continent. I mean, if you look in history, African music has been the foundation of many styles around the world. So now, I think with technology, with a world that is communicating more together, people are getting access to sounds and different personalities and different perspectives from the continent. So I feel the rise of Afrobeat was inevitable, you know, but the thing is that Afrobeat is also the tip of the spear of sounds like high life music, sounds like Afro roots, which I play, sounds, you know, traditional sounds, sukus, all of these sounds that are foundational to the continent. And I believe that the world will be served better because Africa will keep giving and giving and giving and giving. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you guys so much for the time. Such a pleasure talking with you all.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Ooh, I loved what he had to say about the power of music. That was amazing. Hello, how are you? Amy Allen here, in front of us, looking fabulous. I love it. Tell me about the look today.
Oh, okay,
we
I'm so excited. So my friend Sammy Miro designed this dress, and we like talked all about him. She is a phenomenal female designer that I'm just like always in awe of. So she did this for me, and I'm very grateful.
Beautiful. I'm not surprised. I love Sammy's designs
Sammy's
as
the
well.
best.
Literally, I mean, fabulous, fabulous. But I mean, we're celebrating you and your achievements. You're no stranger to the Grammys, but how does it feel to continuously be getting, this recognition for your work?
Well, it feels great, and to be nominated for Songwriter of the Year, because it's only been a category for 3 years now, it just feels really, I feel very honored to be representing the songwriting community, and to be like showing people that the songwriters are here and that we're like doing tireless work, and yeah, it just feels great.
Obviously, with the Grammys, a lot of times the artists kind of get the spotlight first, and sometimes the producers. But what would you tell young people out there who, may not be the best singer, don't know how to make beats, but they're writing poetry.
Yeah.
They love to just doodle and get their feelings out, but they don't necessarily see the path to songwriting. How would you encourage them?
I think for me it was out of necessity. Like I just knew that I loved writing songs, and I was writing, performing as a way for people to hear my songs. And then when I got up the courage to be like, okay, I'm going to go into a room and collaborate and learn from other people, it's like taking that jump to be like, okay, I'm gonna believe in myself to like really hone in on this skill and get, as good as I can get on it, and collaborate with people and learn. It's like always, I love it because you learn every day from everyone. It's so fun.
Right?
That's
it's
beautiful.
that continuous poetry as well, moving forward. And when you're working with individual artists, how much of it is, the collaboration, and how much of it is it you presenting your art to them?
It depends on the artist, and I love working with artists that we're hitting the ball back and forth like just as quickly with each other, and I feel so inspired and grateful to be with those artists. So it's really fun to see them win, and yeah.
Thank you so much for the
Amy.
time.
Thank you.
Of course, and good luck.
Fabulous. Thank you, love. And hello. I'll hand this over to you.
Yeah, right there on the green.
Hello. I love the leather. Thank you. I saw the tooth gem too. We both got the memo. Now, I mean, we spoke to you when you were here just 2 years ago. But tell me, you won the Grammy, and then now that you have this new album out, how did that Grammy win really influence the new writing process when bringing this album to life?
I think it's just like really encouraging to have won, and it was very encouraging to have won. First for music that I wrote, and then it encourages you to write more music, and it also gives you, people are obsessed with you once you win a Grammy, and it gives you more opportunities, more doors are open, more ears are open, people are listening, so it can be a little bit scary for the next thing you're going to write, but also not, because you're making music that you love, and people are giving you a giant golden statue for it. It's like, oh, we're doing all the right things. Let's not change anything about this, and there's so much more where that's come from, and this is the 4th year at the Grammys, and so I'm chilling. I'm just here to have fun, I've been here before, so it's just how I feel.
The nerves are gone, we're here.
Yeah.
Well, how do you stay true to your art? Because, once you get a major award, for some people, they may say, okay, I need to try to continue to do the same to get the award, but even if it's not within them. So how do you stay true to your art and keep being authentic yet creative?
I think it's really important to just stay in touch with your original self, which was the person who made music for themselves. And first and foremost, like, music is a spiritual practice, and it's always been something that music has been my friend, and so if I keep that close, then I think I'll be okay.
Beautiful words. Listen, I'm not a songwriter or a musician, but I will take those words for myself and my own art. And my last question for you, I wanted to ask is, you had a beautiful music video that was directed by Tessa Thompson. How was that collaboration and coming together?
Tessa is amazing, and turns out she is an even more amazing director, and this was her debut. Her father's on the record, her stepmother took the photos for the record. It's a family affair at this point. I really wanted her in front of the camera for the music video, but then it was even better to have her as a director, and what a wonderful video she shot. I've been a huge fan of hers. She's absolutely incredible, and we're gonna hope we keep getting to work together. Yeah.
And was it a collaboration where you all came together, or you came and presented the idea of what you wanted the video to look like?
She had the idea of the perfume commercial and the stand-in and the actor. That's her world, I don't think, like, musicians don't have stand-ins, but I loved it because it's kind of like, the stand-in is someone that is essentially not at all ever filmed, and there's a beautiful love story there's a beautiful dynamic there, and so, she nailed it. Yeah.
So beautiful. Thank you so much, Arooj. Such an honor.
And have fun just chilling this year.
I'm just going to be chilling.
Thank you.
My Gabriella leather suit.
I love it.
I used to
Yeah.
rock stage here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm really glad it's not like a torrential downpour like last year. Yeah. Our glam will all stay intact. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Arooj is... Oh my God,
We went to school
reunion!
together, MPNE.
How have you been?
Nice to see you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah, where you moved back, that's great. I was clipping right on the edge.
Realize how far forward I was.
Oh, yeah.
It took me years.
Hi, everyone. You're squeezing in, are we?
If not, we should real up close and personal. Perfect. We'll have you stand right here, actually, on the subway.
Yeah, and then you guys can squeeze in. I know it's going to be...
There we go. Hello, hello. Oh, the leather, the suede. We're looking great for the Grammys today. Hi, guys.
How are you guys doing? What does it feel like to be nominated tonight?
It's an absolute thrill and a rush and an honor. We've been nominated several times throughout the years. We've taken one Grammy home. Fingers crossed, I'll be clicking my ruby heels tonight for Priest and for metal. That's the great thing for us, to see heavy metal music represented at the Grammys, which incorporates all kind of music as it should, is just a real honor for Judas Priest and for the heavy metal scene in general.
And talk a little bit about, it's been a challenging few weeks in terms of in Los Angeles, the wildfires, and the Grammys have really pivoted in terms of giving the spotlight to the first responders and the victims. What have you guys thought of how they've responded in that way?
So many of our lives have been lifted through the Los Angeles music business, the recording industry. And so we've been watching with just horror and immense sadness for what so many people in Los Angeles have been through. And you can be sure that Judas Priest is going to be doing something special a little bit later on this year. We have some great ideas that we think is going to show our love for LA and for everybody to kind of do something, whatever it might be. Be generous, be kind, be loving, because that's what Los Angeles has been to Judas Priest.
Do you guys feel any, now that you've come to several Grammy shows at this point, do you feel any less? Is the shininess worn off at this point, or is it's still just as exciting?
You've been to one before. I mean, this is my first time here, obviously, at the Grammys, and it's amazing how many sparkly things there are around. It's amazing. I think no one wants to disappoint. Everyone's on their top A game, especially as you mentioned with everything that's gone on in the last few weeks. I think everyone's really turning it into an even more positive thing, and it's a fantastic thing to see.
And I wanted to ask you all as well, because we're seeing a reemergence of metal, of rock, where it's blending with other genres like rap and hip-hop as well. What has it meant to you just to see that fusion and see it open up, different worlds?
I think it shows that the source of the strength of the music, which is what metal has always represented, and it's survived. We come from a time when heavy metal was almost dismissed. We knew that was never going to be the case. Where we're at now, the heavy metal industry, the heavy metal scene worldwide is a huge global force. So it feels kind of natural that these kind of morphings and cross collateralizations in music, in metal, should be taking place. and so I think that's a great thing. Hey, Jelly Roll, let's do something.
Ooh, okay, you heard it here first, everyone. Judas Priest, Jelly Roll, we love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
I'm looking
Thank
forward
you
to
so
that
much.
collaboration.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you so much.
Judas Priest, listen, on the Grammys carpet, you will always see living legends here. I love it. I love it.
I mean, so high.
Speaking of a legend here, Norah Jones. Hello. Let me hand you the mic. Hello, beautiful.
You look amazing. Talk about what you're wearing today.
I'm wearing an earnest dress. Got a lot of buttons. I like it. Thank you.
Amazing. Now tell me, how does it feel just being here and especially seeing the added addition of honoring, you know, the first responders and really coming together to rally behind those who have had to deal with the wildfires?
It was just really nice to come and hug my friends in LA. I was really happy to do that. And also, I did the Music Cares event on Friday, and I just have always thought that Music Cares was the best. They have given help to many of my friends in the past. It's a very giving organization, so I was just happy to play, you know, sing a song for the Grateful Dead and, you know, feel like they're doing a good work, so.
And Norah, your sound is so distinct, obviously, but it has also evolved so much over time. I'm curious for you, do you kind of like sit down and say, okay, I'm going with this kind of vibe for this album, or is it sort of just whatever comes out?
It depends on the album. Some are like that. Some is a little more thought out with what we want it to sound like, and some not. But usually I like spontaneity, and I like being surprised by what happens. So I like to leave a lot of room for that.
And for you, you know, just given the theme of tonight, I'm so curious, when has music kind of been that personal, emotional salve for you, where you said, you know what, I need a little bit of healing, I'm going to turn to songwriting, I'm going to turn to writing instrumental and really help through that?
I think always, but I don't think I ever think about it. It just happens. So, you know.
It's like writing in a journal, right?
Yeah,
So
or
let's
in the
go.
bathtub.
Oh, ooh,
yeah,
okay.
it sort of happens when
I
you don't
love
mean
that.
it too.
Candles and amazing.
I wish candles. I don't have time for that, but
I set up the ambiance there.
And I did wonder for you, like it is your vocals, and it's like they are such the driving force, and especially like the songwriting element of your aspect, or songwriting aspect of your songs. I wondered for you if as this conversation about artificial intelligence kind of goes around in music, how
we were
are
just
you
talking about it last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tell me, how are you feeling about it? I mean, because your songs are so human.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was talking to a friend last night, and she said this, and I liked it, so I'm gonna repeat it. It doesn't matter how I feel about it; it's there. Hopefully, there's still room for humans, but you know, it's like anything. It's like the whole world is going to be so different in 10 years from AI. What are you going to do? It's
Very
pretty fun.
pragmatic
Sometimes
approach.
it's super fun, and I'm here for that. But yeah, hopefully.
Have you played around with it?
Oh
at
yeah,
all?
yeah. My kids love the Suno. Yeah, it's like it's hilarious. They make fart songs with it. It's great.
You're like, this is the kind of
And it sounds amazing, but it doesn't have soul.
Yeah.
So it's like this weird thing.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
hey, I'm here for whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Norah Jones, again, legends, back and forth. Let's go. Let's head on over this way.
You want to come back? Yeah, I'm good. Okay, because I'm gonna come over here, Gary. You can want to swap in, or do you want to swap out?
Yeah, that was a big group to get in.
Yeah.
And Leslie kept leaning in.
sorry. Okay. Right here. And then Gary's right there, joining us. So I'm a big fan. I have to ask, were you at a screening of Baby Girl at Vegas? Thank you. What do you think?
I thought it was fun. I really liked it. Yeah, it was funny, entertaining. I thought Nicole Kidman was amazing, and yeah, all the performances were great. I don't know, it wasn't as like erotically charged as I thought, but I was happy not to see conventional sex scenes.
Yes, it was great. I thought I saw you, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about what inspired you. This album that you made this year, it took such a different tone and sound and was a lot more electronic. What kind of inspired you to go to that route this year?
I mean, it's sort of a continuation from the first solo record. I'm not really a conventional singer. So I'm really work off rhythm, and I always like rap music, like 80s, 90s rap especially, and I really just like the first music that inspired me was no wave music in New York in the early 80s, and very dissonant guitars, and so I really just kind of, this is what I do, and I don't know, kind of that's it. So.
Speaking of what you do, you look lovely, but I am drawn to the awesome horns. What made you, just talk about how you put the outfit together.
Well, I wore Celine on my tour, and then, so we, they were great in supporting, and these are Vivienne Westwood horns that I had worn once at a photo shoot for The New Yorker. It was kind of one of my favorite photos, a sort of, I don't know, just a subtle,
I love it.
A subtle edge.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's an edge that I love.
Yeah.
And Kim, I was curious, AI is obviously a big conversation, a big talking point right now. And I wondered, as you kind of, as you've leaned more into electronic sounds, is that something you've kind of played with at all?
Well, Justin Raisin, my producer, collaborator, one reason why I like working with him is that he completely trashes technology, and isn't precious about it, and yeah, just kind of like it's just there to be kind of used and misused, and I'm not a big fan of what's going on actually with AI, because I feel like this is all being developed and controlled ultimately by billionaires, and we have no say in it, and it's going to take over everything, and that's a drag.
And just to wrap up, you're kind of out here proving that age is just a number when it comes to performing and rocking. Is that something you like ever give any thought to, or is it like just, yeah, just?
Well, I actually, so I have a dual career as a visual artist, and I moved to New York to make art, and I just kind of fell into playing music, kind of in a post-punk way, the way a lot of people got into music. But I always wanted to also be a dancer, and took modern dance, and I don't know, I like moving around in space.
Yeah,
basically.
I saw,
with electricity, that's how I think of it.
I saw you when you were out in downtown LA a couple months, like a year ago, 6 months ago, and it was a great show. So,
Just one last question. With you, it seems like nobody can ever put you in a box. So can you talk about not allowing people to put you in a box throughout your career?
I like that. I mean, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of genres of music. I mean, I like music is just music to me, and I don't know. I don't like to be put in a box. I like to make my own box, I guess. Or something.
I like that. Make your own box.
My own genres.
There you go. Thank you so much for the
Kim.
time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You want to go and go? You want more of a break? I guess we can wait and see if it's okay.
I'm okay in the front.
Oh, I love the gold. You look beautiful.
Hi.
Hello.
Happy Grammys Day.
Thank you.
I mean, perfect color to wear to the Grammys.
Thank you so much.
Getting in those manifestations of
Yes,
wins. That's what we like to see.
I've been doing them for weeks.
Well, what is it like just getting ready for the Grammys?
It's a maelstrom. It's a tornado in a bottle. It's you have everything you need, but then you wonder, do I have everything I need? It is sometimes a nightmare, but just making sure that everything is perfect and that you are on the carpet how you want to be seen. It's a lot. Because I would like to be in like a pair of sweats and a t-shirt and some sneakers, but yes, I'm very dressed up today.
But you look amazing.
Thank you so much.
And we're here today not only honoring amazing nominees, but also Music Cares and the fire relief effort and really giving back to the industry. I wanted to ask you, combining that theme of giving back, emotional healing, and music, when has music really been that emotional salve for you or that center for healing for you as an artist?
Oh yeah, music is always that for me. Music is like my best friend in the room that knows everything about me. Music is a person in the room when I die I have to say goodbye to, just like the rest of my loved ones in the room. So I understand very well the healing property of music, the salve, the balm that music is, how it transports you to your college dorm room or your mother's lap, So it's very important. And the music community always manages to be at the forefront of giving back to the community when it's in need of that balm, of that salve. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm proud to be a part of Music Cares and to have been on the board at Music Cares and to be helpful to people. Absolutely.
You are music royalty, and you come from a long line of royalty. And so obviously, people made jokes that January feels like it's 6 months long already, but we just came off of Christmas, and one of my favorite Christmas songs is by your father, the legendary Donny Hathaway.
Absolutely.
And so can you just talk about the legacy of This Christmas? It's been redone lots of times.
I've redone it now.
You've
too,
redone it,
so,
but
yeah.
I will selfishly say his is...
It's the gold standard. Nothing will ever touch it. I mean, I feel like Mariah Carey is the queen of Christmas. Donny Hathaway is absolutely the king of Christmas. It's one of the most covered Christmas songs like in the world. And so I'm so honored to be a part of that legacy and taking that music to the next generation.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your time. And fun fact, you were one of my first celebrity interviews ever.
Yeah?
There,
In the 90s?
No, not that old, but in the early 2000s. But you were one of my first. So it's good to see you again.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate
This
it.
reunion
Thank you so
here.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you.
You
as
too.
well. Thank you.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Right behind this green line.
There you go. Yep.
1, 2, and 3, right there.
Okay, yes. Yes. Hello.
We could start
Idols.
without him, but it might be a complete car
It would
crash.
be- How are you guys doing? Congratulations on being nominated tonight. How does it feel?
It feels great. We're very happy to be here. I'm just glad to be part of it.
And I noticed your pins. Can you guys talk a little bit about them and what inspired them today?
Yeah, so this is Music Cares, a charity based here that really looks after musicians, and they're doing a lot with musicians who've lost a lot in recent weeks and months. So it's a very important charity. They're doing a lot of good work. So we want to support them whatever way we can.
We're shining a light, on Music Cares, as you just mentioned. But I'm curious for each of you, what is a cause or something that you'd like to put a spotlight on tonight as well?
Well-being. We're musicians. We're here to hold up a mirror to ourselves and try and help ourselves feel healed and to connect with people. Hopefully holding up a mirror to our audiences that then feel a connection to something much bigger than themselves, who then go forth with the strength of connection to make empathy happen. Empathy is the antithesis of right-wing politics, racism, and a lot of Trumpites. So we're just trying to be a part of something positive and go forth with love and learn from people, because the freedom of speech is listening.
Thank you so much for sharing. You could if you wanted to. You could.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
You guys are playing tonight at you guys are playing a show tonight, right? For the fight,
Silver Lake Lounge, baby. Be there. Although it's sold out. Don't be there. Come outside.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thanks for having us.
Thank you all. I appreciate it. Oh, they're great. I love them. So good. Now, Krista, you've done an amazing job. I mean, you are our indie rock expert. What has that meant? Just that genre meant to you? Just throughout. Throughout being a teen, an adult, all the above.
It's just a fun, it's such a wide open category, I don't even know if it's helpful necessarily in categorizing music that way, but because there's so much room within that. But it is just, something that I love and that's dear to my heart. Yeah, so Idols, great band, big fan of them. Yeah, so it was great to talk to them.
Expert here, Krista Fourier.
Like I said, I wish, Jordy Griep, favorite album last year, so.
There's a lot of stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
Did you hear Elon Musk? That whole fiasco?
No.
Okay, we're ready.
How are you?
A little bit over, a little bit
2. See the green tape right behind the tape.
Right here? There you go. 1, 2.
Oh, and I love it.
Thank you. He's always got the good shoes.
I didn't wear pajamas today.
Right there.
I didn't wear a suit for you.
Oh my gosh, well thank you both so much for stopping by and chatting with us. Tell me, how does it feel just being here? We're here celebrating, but we're also here honoring first responders, giving back to those who have, suffered through the wildfires. What does it mean to you just to see these efforts combining?
Well, it's been amazing to watch what the Los Angeles music community has done these last couple of weeks. The music community has always been strong. When you look at the history of music, it feels a little weird to be celebrating anything right now, and not just with the fires, but also just with the climate of the country and the world. But that being said, music has always been it's been respite to hard times, and we worked really hard on making a record, and so it feels good to be here with Andrew, who we made the record with, celebrating the last year and a half. And we're honored and humbled to still be here after all this time. We've been a band for 34 years. It's like fucking amazing that we still get to do it at a high level. Yeah, he was born the day we formed, so.
Thank you guys so much.
For stopping
Thank
to chat
you.
with us. I appreciate it. Thank you. We love it. We love it. There's always legends here on the carpet. It's amazing. Hello, how are you? Let me
Good, how are you?
step right here. Hello. I'll hand this to you, and then we can jump in and get started.
How's that?
It's great. You look
Perfect.
fabulous.
Thank you.
I love the glasses.
Appreciate that.
I wish I would have worn mine. It's a little
All
blurry.
right.
No, I'm just kidding. I have contacts on. But tell me, how does it feel just being here, being in the ambiance of it all, given that, Gary was saying earlier, it's been a really long January. Thank God we're finally in February.
I agree. Yeah, there's been a lot of heavy stuff going on, but I'm honored to be here, honored to be around a lot of my friends who make amazing music, and to be nominated alongside of people that I really look up to and admire. And I'm just lucky. I've been able to make music as my life, as my career since I was 18, really. And to be here today, celebrating the music community and the way that we come together is great. I lost my dad about a year ago, who was an orchestra director and a musician and really well respected in the Chicago area. And so just trying to honor him tonight as well.
I love that. And will you be, is it just through being here and being present is where you'll be honoring him?
Yeah. I mean, he was able to see me do a lot of great things, and he's always really supportive. But I don't know, there's something about my nomination this year being, singular in that way. I don't know. I'm proud to be associated with all the artists and people that I work with, but something about this Producer of the Year nomination, I don't know, connects me to him in a way.
And there's a lot of stacked talent in your particular
Oh my
category.
God. Yeah.
But what was it like when you found out you were nominated for Producer of the Year? That says a lot about not only your talent, but your direction, the way that you lead albums and songs.
I mean, I love and respect everybody in that category, and I was really proud of the past couple of years, the career that I've had, but it still came as a surprise and a wonderful one. And I feel like it does represent just the community that I've come out. I live in Nashville. I'm out here a lot. I make music all over the world, but the family that I get to do that with, my friends, co-writers, engineers, mixers, all of the people that are part of my world and have come up with me this whole time, I feel like I share this honor with them too, which is really cool.
Also ask you, just given that it seems we're going into a different evolution of technology coming into the music industry, what are your thoughts on the implementation of AI and the way that producers are able to kind of play with it?
I think it's yet to be seen. I don't know. I mean, I think there were a lot of people that were probably really scared when drum machines came along, and a lot of great music has been made because of that. AI is a little scarier. I don't know. I think it's not going to stop me from wanting to play real instruments and work with real singers and write real lyrics, and that'll always be, I think, probably something that I gravitate towards. But we'll see. I'm going to try to keep an open mind.
Thank you so much.
And good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Of course.
you.
Great talking with you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Fabulous.
Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah, we have the beautiful Shenseea here. How was it, just the feeling of the Grammys today? Obviously, you know, it's a bit of a somber tone with, you know, the wildfires and Music Cares Fire Relief, but it's also a celebratory tone as well.
Yes, for sure. And my heart goes out to those who were affected by the fire, for sure. But yes, we're here today. Thank God we're alive and well, you know, and we're here living in the moment.
Yeah, I love that. Now, you are one of the faces of the new movement of, you know, music coming out of the Caribbean, Jamaica, dancehall, reggae. Like, you know, what's it like kind of being the it woman for that particular genre right now?
Wow, I must say I'm grateful, you know, and I have no complaints. You know, I'm just trying to live in the moment, as I said before, and I'm giving God thanks, and I'm trying to put in the work and not get distracted.
Giants for you just early on in your career that you really look up to, where now, you know, you're coming to these award shows, you're getting that acclaim and recognition for your music, and you say, oh, I'm rubbing elbows with these people?
Vybz Kartel for sure, because you know, we're both nominated in the same category. Rihanna, you know, just plenty of people. You know, I'm here. Whitney has passed on, Michael Jackson has passed on, so they're not with us anymore, but those are some of my faves.
Now, you are known for going viral, breaking the internet.
True. True.
What's it like just, you know, having that kind of presence on social media and having so many people interested in what you do? Because you're always coming up on my timeline.
Wow, thank you. I just try to be mindful of what I put out there. You know, I have to watch it like 10 times, you know, just because the day and age that we live in, social media, I would never want anyone to take what I'm doing out of context. You know, so I try to be mindful and very careful before I even post. But so far, I'm happy it's going well and people are enjoying the content.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, fabulous with the outfit. You look great. So wonderful meeting you. Thank you. I'll take that.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Oh, the nails too. I love that Grammy fashion. Everyone always looks so good. Hello, hello.
How are you guys? Hello. Happy Grammys Day.
Right here. Oh, right. A little bit.
Just back up. Just right on the
green.
There we go. Perfect.
I'll hand this over to you. Back and forth. Hello.
So, I mean, I guess first off, you know, another Grammys. Does attending the Grammys ever get old?
This is my first time. So
what?
I got nominated as a writer in 2015, but I didn't come, and we lost to Kendrick. So, but this is my first time being on the red carpet and nominated as an artist. So
I remember that you were nominated, but it's interesting when you talk about writing and hip hop.
Yeah.
The big conversation this year was obviously you mentioned Kendrick and Drake.
Yes.
Can you just talk about the evolution of, you know, when hip hop first started, you had to be authentic.
Yes.
Now, with Drake, and we don't want to beat up on Drake, but being kind of the face of not necessarily writing your own lyrics, can you just talk about how hip hop is viewed and the authenticity we look at it now? How do you look at that in the terms of the history of hip hop?
I feel like, you know, as far as from where we came till now, you know, when last year's being the 50th year, to be celebrated in the way that we are and to watch it evolve. Like, if hip-hop was still the way that it was in 1979, I don't think anybody would enjoy it. And anything that stays around long enough is going to change. So, you know, if you want to pay attention to what hip-hop is doing, just watch what the youth is doing.
But you are a writer, so does it matter now if a rapper is writing their own lyrics?
To the kids, it doesn't. But to us, it does. I mean, you know, when we got albums, we could open it up and read the credits and look at who did what. These kids today, they really don't care much about that. It's about the song and the vibe. So as long as you can keep creating good vibes and good music for people, I think you'll have a staying power.
That's good. Well, then, I guess lastly, can you just talk about your outfits? Your dress is lovely.
Thank you. Mine is designed by Louis.
Yeah.
Mine is designed by Louis.
And I'm in Ferragamo, so, you know, we We swagging you out today.
Yeah, first Grammys, y'all clean up well.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you so
Thank
much.
you all so much.
Yeah, anytime, anytime. Y'all enjoy y'all day.
You too. Thank you. Oh, I thought it was.
Say again? Yeah. Yes. Mics are down. Mics are down now. Mics are down now. Understood. I'll let them know. Gary. So, host mics are down, but that mic is up for this camera. Okay.
Oh, do our mics always go down when they switch to fashion?
I believe so. Is that your preference? Okay. I believe it is.
Please keep moving down the carpet, guys. Please keep moving down the carpet. Thank you.
Greg, did you see him? The Fire Aid?
No, I didn't see him, but I heard it was really good.
It was a great show.
Yeah, I mean, there you know how to put on a show.
Yeah, I didn't know about it until my friend told me the day after, and we watched it on YouTube.
The Gojira, that French metal band, yeah, I think we wanted to ask him.
Let's get you right on the mark, right on top of it. There you go. Great.
Thank you.
Kind of want to open up to this too, so that
After, okay.
well,
during the interview.
like during the white shot, it's like you're
okay.
Someone told me about a trick about opening up to the camera. Not that you need to, but they always said, if your feet are pointed towards the camera, you're naturally going to be open.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Helpful. Thank you.
But you can you don't go on this shot. That's pretty extreme.
Yeah.
So you can split the difference. Yeah.
when they see the shots. They can see all the cameras. So
I see. So no, it's not. At what point
that's
should
the only one.
But then at what point should I introduce?
Just do it naturally. Just do it naturally because you're going to be on the fashion cam, and then he's going to go to a wide.
you guys doing? Yeah.
Yeah, just step
There
behind
we
the
go.
green line.
Perfect.
Right on the green line. Perfect.
Congratulations on being nominated today, you guys. Talk a little bit about Fire Aid and why that was something you chose to be a part of.
It was as soon as they started organizing him, they asked us to be involved, and we said yes. So they specifically wanted us to play this one song called "Last Night on Earth." It's kind of an old song. It's one off of 21st Century Breakdown, but and then do it with Billie Eilish, and it was just like, there's a line in it that it was started off as a love song for my wife, and then now it's like the line. If I lose everything in the fire, if I lose everything in the fire, I'm sending all my love to you. Sorry. So it was a beautiful moment, and it was just like great to see the other acts and cheer everybody on. So.
And talk a little bit about, you guys have never been shy to think about the art as like a way of commenting on politics. Is that something that's always been important for you? And has there been any pushback that you guys have gotten?
Yeah, I mean, there's always pushback, but I think it's always been in our DNA to just to question authority, question politics and your country, and trying to make the world a better place, so.
I think one of the beautiful things about you guys, like I grew up, I'm one of those MTV kids back when they played the music videos, who would watch you guys. And I think at that time, like, we got a lot of different genres exposed to us, right? I would listen to you guys, I would listen to Jay-Z, I'd go listen to R&B. But can you talk about how music, in a sense, with streaming is kind of fragmented now? Like, you don't always get a lot of the different genres, and now people are kind of sticking with the same genre, so they don't necessarily get exposed to the different genres like we used to.
You just gotta reset your browser history occasionally, and and let the music just become a little more genre fluid on the device that we're on. I think every once in a while I do that. I just clear it and go, hey, send me something new. Send me something I haven't heard before. That's the beauty of music. I mean, the internet, you got every song in the world, and it doesn't have to be in little boxes. So. Yeah,
I do miss the days though of discovering something new, because I remember they would play, it would be like, Van Halen, and then like MC Hammer, and then like, Cyndi Lauper and things like that, and it was always, they were right there in your living room with you. And I guess that something like TikTok is sort of the same now, but it's a bit, it's lightning fast. So so for us, it's always important to write songs that are impactful, and then that can stand the test of time. So.
Yeah. And TikTok's future is not, uncertain at this point,
Absolutely,
so yeah.
Well, awesome talking with you guys.
All
It's
right.
been lovely.
All right.
Thank you all.
Nice talking to you
Okay.
guys. Congrats again. Oh,
Thank you all.
Yeah, so they were one of the artists at the Fire Aid concert.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw their performance. It was awesome. And it's so cool to see them still having so much longevity, and new fans as well as old fans.
Yeah, yes, for sure. Hi, how are you guys?
How are you all?
So talk a little bit about what it means to be here for you guys today.
It's a huge deal for any musician to be at the Grammys, especially, not specially, but we're kind of in a niche genre, heavy metal. But we were invited by the Olympic Committee to perform a song along with Marina Viotti, famous French singer, classical, how do you say?
Opera singer.
Opera singer, metalhead over here. And Victor Leman, who's composer for the ceremonies of the Olympics. So now presented a little bit everybody. It's huge. Of course, it's a huge deal for us. At the same time, nobody needs a nomination or a Grammy for their career. There's so many amazing artists that don't fit the criteria or are not present today. But we just take it lightly and in a fun way. So it's cool to be here. Awesome.
I mean, honestly, it's a big deal to be here at the Grammys, but you guys opened the Olympics last year. Like that, talk about just the big kind of era that you guys are experiencing like right now.
It's incredible. It makes the Grammys feel like just a little picnic in the park, because performing at the Olympics is totally unexpected, first of all. So thank you, Victor, for inviting us. And other people like Daphne are responsible for that, I believe. So we got lucky that France is daring to push the boundaries, and a mix of genres between opera and metal, and just a strong message also that maybe is needed these days. The idea of a revolution, the idea of evolving simply and changing things for a better world. It's kind of the message. For me, that's how I see it, but it's also part of our history. We're all French over here. So we're happy to share a little bit of French history through music and metal.
Love it. Thank
Well, then lastly, one more question. Like you talk about being a metalhead, at least here in America, it wasn't as listened to as it used to be, but we're seeing a resurgence now. So, can you just talk about the resurgence of the genre?
Yeah,
the evolution. I think about like math rock, Yeah.
Yes, it's great to see that metal is capable of reinventing itself. It's evolving, and I want to say it's needed in our society because metal is pointing at things that are sort of taboo in society, in social situations, subjects like suffering, death, all these things that we explore greatly through our music, imagery, and lyrics. I think it's a healthy society. Shouldn't be scared to look at these things. So it's, if anything, seeing metal being more and more present is a sign of a healthy society. I don't know, why not?
Really morbid one,
Yeah, or very morbid. A healthy dose, you know what I mean? A
yes.
healthy dose of darkness
Yes.
in a world of, spotlights and
Like David
sparkles.
Lynch, right?
Yes,
Just
yeah.
like David Lynch.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of darkness is necessary, and so we're happy to represent that.
Thank
Well,
you.
we're happy to see you
Thank
guys. Thank you so
you guys
much.
so
You
much.
have fun. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You were still on camera.
You remember Houston?
Come on now.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you too.
How are you? Doing well. I love the glasses.
Just have to step back if you don't mind. Right there, perfect.
I've been loving it's the theme. The frames are in right now, and I love it. But I mean, how does it feel for you just to be here again at the Grammys? I think we've talked to you every single year that we've been hosting here.
Which means he's been
amazing.
nominated
Yes.
every single year.
It's a
one
cheat
of the
code.
greats.
It's a cheat code. No, it's great. It never gets old. Like being here, even when I lose, because every time I come, I don't win. You know what I'm saying? But even just being recognized in any way is amazing, and I'll never get old. It just gives me it lets me know that I feel like I'm doing something right. I feel like people are connected with my music. You know what I mean? And I just love being here in general because it's the community, it's the family. Especially this year during this time where people need to come together and uplift people. So it's always amazing. Yeah.
And for you, just what has been your favorite Grammy moment just over the years, whether it's meeting someone that you've looked up to or even just making a connection for another collaboration?
Wow, I had a few. One of my favorite Grammy moments was one year, I feel like maybe 2016-17, I won for best soundtrack for the Miles Davis movie I did with Don Cheadle. Don Cheadle didn't think we were going to win, because we were going up against like Suicide Squad and like Straight Outta Compton and Amy Winehouse. So he stayed home and went golfing. I told him, hey, if we end up winning, you got to get dressed and come down and walk the red carpet with me. So I came down and walked the red carpet by myself without Don because he's golfing. I go in, we win. I FaceTime him from the stage with a Grammy in my hand. I said, now Don, you have to come down and we have to walk the red carpet again. So he got dressed, came down, we walked the red carpet, and walking the red carpet with Don Cheadle is a lot different than walking by yourself. Everybody swarmed us, and I got to meet so many cool people. But then the funny part is, when I got to the door to go back in again, they wouldn't let me in because I was already in. So they wouldn't let me in. So it took an hour for them to they had to take my ID, and it was a whole thing. But it was amazing, though. It was amazing.
Well, lastly, they're wrapping me, but I got to ask you this real quick right now. They're thinking about, in the government, cutting arts funding. We know you're from HSPVA.
Absolutely.
We know Beyonce went to HSPVA. Can you quickly just tell me why is it important that arts funding is being cut from schools?
I mean, if you cut arts funding, you're cutting. I wouldn't be here without the arts in schools. It's extremely important. If you can, the arts and the world and problems and all the things that go hand in hand. We look to artists literally to help us with issues in the world. You know what I mean? And I feel like, there's so many musicians, so many people like need arts. And I literally, from elementary school, junior high, and high school, I was in arts. You know what I mean? So it's super important. And, it's so funny that people lean on it so much but don't want to fund it to help it stay there. You know what I mean? It's incredible.
Shout out to Houston HSPVA.
H-Town all day. For sure.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you again next year
Absolutely.
with another nomination.
Year after year.
Thank you. Love it.
Hi, how are you, Elliot? Oh, we're live, right? We're live right now. Yes, we're live. Hi, Sean. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Oscar winners here. No big deal.
Oh, thank you so
They're like
much.
little eclipses.
I know. I thought it might be too much, but it's the Grammys. I feel like you can wear this at the Grammys.
I like that. The new moon phase is
New
coming
moons.
through.
So am I sharing this mic?
We are
Yeah,
going to
we're
share
gonna
that
share
back
it.
together. Yes. And Sean, how does it feel just seeing, the recognition that this new Beatles song got, seeing, hearing these voices again, hearing your father's voice again in the song?
I mean, it's amazing that the Beatles are still, relevant to this day, and I feel like the Beatles are such a special band. John, Paul, George, and Ringo, they really had like a magic chemistry, and it's beautiful to see people still recognizing it to this day. So it's amazing, really. I don't think there's anything quite like it, the Beatles and their music.
And what does it mean to you just to also be continuing their legacy, but also having them be at the forefront where they're using AI and introducing people to almost people could argue back and forth, but almost like an ethical form of this technology.
Yeah, well, actually, the Beatles, to me, were always on the forefront of technology. My dad did the first feedback intro and backwards guitar solo, and they did the first 8-track recording machine. So actually, they were always on the forefront of like the most cutting-edge recording technology. So I feel like for the Beatles to use AI to really just reduce the noise on my dad's vocal track makes a lot of sense,
What are you guys looking forward to the most this evening? You guys have had a long journey here, and now you're here on music's biggest stage. What are you guys looking forward to the most?
We're looking forward to receiving the Grammy for Best Box Set.
We're hoping for that, yeah. All right, I like that mic drop. That was very confident. I'll say I'm very happy to just be nominated. It's all about just the experience as well. But we hope we win.
Yeah.
And I wanted to take you back to last year with the Oscars, winning for that beautiful, beautiful short film.
Yeah.
Are you continuing to dabble more in film and, see more projects that kind of honor that Beatles legacy?
Yeah, actually Simon and I are working on some stuff, including a one-to-one concert, which is my mother and father's last concert at Madison Square Garden. And we have been working on the footage and the music from that. So, we continue to do things in film and music together. And
we've got some big surprises coming up later in the year. So, this has all been completely remastered. So I think the fans are going to get a really big kick out of it.
Any surprise you want to tell us right now?
We're working hard. That's all I can say. We're working hard.
There's a lot going on, yeah.
Well, thank you all so much for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. An honor to meet both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much.
Ooh,
Well, that is cool. The Beatles never get old. Yeah.
No, they're here at the Grammys.
That must be cool, knowing what your father and his group did, and then also you essentially continuing that legacy and even going beyond, an Oscar.
Winning Oscars, and the Beatles' legacy, potentially winning Grammys.
Yeah.
It's wild, and it's cool to see also, I know there's been controversy around the AI behind the song, but I was reading an article, I unfortunately don't remember where someone described it as it's just a form of kind of cleaning up what was already there. So it's a way to master it, to perfect it, in the same way that another musician might master some older works or some older vocals that they never used in a demo. And so I was like, oh, that's a really interesting way of looking at AI. And I'm excited to see whether they win or not. I'm excited to see what conversations that'll kind of bring forward.
Yeah, and I'm also interested to see how we will look back on this time maybe 10 years from now, right? I'm old enough to remember when the internet first came out, and people were so scared of the internet. And obviously, with anything dealing with technology, there can be good and bad. You look at social media; it can be wonderful, but there's some parts of it that aren't, the most pleasant. But when we look back at AI, will it develop into something that we're all using with only a few bad actors? Like, will we all forget about this controversial time? And so I think about that particularly with music.
I mean, let's circle back in 10 years, Gary. But we saw a lot of switching over, completely pivoting to fashion. We've seen a lot of gold on the red carpet. We saw, amazing artists here with us. Let's toss it over to our lovely fashion correspondent, Morgan. She's going to be tapping into our show virtually. Morgan, if you're able to hear us, can you talk just about what trends you're already starting to see just in these first few hours of the show that we have so far?
Hey guys, you're all looking great out there. I love it. But yeah, so there's so much happening already that we're seeing. One of the biggest trends I'm seeing right now is actually voluminous sleeves and capes. I've seen it in every color so far, and even capes on blazers on men. So I think that that's going to be a really big trend for the night. Also, we're seeing the opera length gloves coming back. They were really, really popular on the red carpet last season, just to break on that for a second. So Willow and Jaden Smith just are on the carpet right now, and Jaden just walked in wearing a castle on his head. Amazing. We're gonna find out really quickly who this is, but he looks fantastic. I mean, I'm kind of loving it because this is what we love about the Grammys, right? The really over-the-top crazy fashion that you wouldn't necessarily see like at the Oscars or the Emmys, but this is already kind of the first like mind-boggling like what is going on look of the night, but I love it. And then Willow is standing next to him in what looks like bedazzled lingerie and a long blazer, which I also kind of love. So they're kind of killing it already.
I love it. I mean, leave it up to the Smiths, right, to be setting forward with those fashion trends.
Right. And I know that their father is presenting tonight, so maybe we'll get like a family affair. We'll see what he's wearing. Maybe he'll come in, kind of coordinating. Maybe we'll get like a drawbridge. I don't know. Who knows? Like now I'm like really like entertained to see what else is gonna happen tonight.
And earlier we saw Chappell Roan, I believe, wearing a really beautiful, bringing really costumes to the red carpet.
Yes.
That's something she's known for. Can you talk a little bit about that look that she had on?
So I love Chappell's style. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's costume, but I mean, she does something so unique. It almost reminds me of Lady Gaga, like people who take the red carpet and turn it into a true art form. And one of my favorite looks that she wore last year was actually the chainmail armor that was by Rabanne. It was so amazing, and obviously she has done the VMAs red carpet in a full-on medieval outfit with a sword. So I kind of expected her to show up giving us all the things tonight, and she might change later. I unfortunately haven't been able to see what she had on earlier today, but like I love her, and I expect like all the best things from her tonight.
And is there any trend that you've seen so far that just really surprised you, where you're like, oh, I didn't expect to see this amount of jewels or this amount of I've seen a lot of female identifying artists have really brought out the pantsuit as well.
Yeah, well, the pantsuit's always a great staple at the Grammys, whether you style it with a bra or without a bra or just kind of sheer. I've already seen some like sheer underlays underneath blazers tonight. So I really love when women especially go for the pantsuit. I think it's great. But obviously one of the biggest trends that doesn't seem to be disappearing is just sheer everything. I mean, the nearly naked dress and sheer sleeves, sheer tops, sheer skirts, capes, all of it. And I think the Grammys is also another award show where you can kind of pull off the nearly naked sheer look. So, I mean, that's always fun too.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Morgan, for joining us. I love having a fashion expert. I don't have to be throwing out random words. Like last year, I was throwing out ruching and all these things, and I was like, Listen, I know how to dress
we love
myself,
matching.
but I don't know what half of
We
these
do.
things are. So we love having you here joining us. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
I mean, Gary's already getting compliments on the
Yeah.
moon designs from Sean Lennon.
And she's right. We have seen lots of sheer shirts at the Grammys.
I
on
love
the
it. And we have
carpet.
another, I mean, legend after legend after legend here with us today. Hello, how's it going?
I just have one question.
Yes.
How did you get here?
I know.
Because
You
nobody's
need to come
supposed
up
to
with
be
Dad
here.
joke, dad joke.
Nobody's supposed to be here.
Nobody's supposed to be here.
I need to hear an original. I need somebody to come just switch it up now.
Which, when I think about that song, because as we all do, so if it was a dramatic monologue,
Right.
and you're asking the question, how did you get here? Because you were expecting to walk. Nobody was supposed to be in that space.
You're right. Right. I can't think right now, Wayne.
We have the amazing
You're making me
Wayne
think
Brady
now.
and Deborah Cox. I mean, first off, another Grammys. Like, does the Grammys ever get old?
Never. Did he say that word again?
He said, "Oh, no, it never gets old."
No.
Never
Listen,
gets old.
our performance just now, we were here to uplift and bring joy and bring everyone to a place of just like remembering what our creative community is about. Like, this is what it's about: supporting each other, being there for each other through thick and thin. The show must go on. In order for us to rebuild, this is what we have to do. And we want to leave people with something to aspire to. And again, it's about bringing some kind of joy and peace and happiness.
So yes,
Yes.
that complete answer, and that's why it never gets old, right?
Yes.
Because it's always different. And me personally, it can't get old to me because this has been a dream of mine since I was a kid.
Oh my gosh.
And this is my second time at the dance, so if I can be here more.
First time performing.
No, the second time performing.
Oh.
When I was nominated, I sang my single "The Change Is Gonna Come."
See?
And
Oh my gosh,
but
think about
but
that.
like this year to be able to, but this year means more because of what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
So we're not just up on stage or patting ourselves on the back.
Right.
We get a chance to be of service. That is so cool to do as a performer.
I think a lot of times when you have like even natural disasters, it can be a little tough getting through to artists to participate at times. But it seems like in this particular case, everybody has said yes. And obviously, I'm not really behind the scenes, but everybody that we've seen, yes, we're going to help. Yes, we're going to give back. Can you just talk about kind of like the special time in music that we're all experiencing in terms of being benevolent, being giving? Because there are lots of other places that you guys could have been too, and not just you two, but the whole music community. Yet everybody's right here.
But it's about rebuilding, and especially Los Angeles, particularly Hollywood. This is one of the worldwide centers of the art that comes out of here. So, in a way, everyone that's here had to show up because you create the art here. This is where it comes from. So the fact that our backyards were burning, show up for your people, and that's what's happening today.
That's beautiful. It's always a pleasure talking with you guys. Thank you.
And
Enjoy
and
the
I'm gonna
night.
Steal that suit at some point.
Wayne, it's your, if you want it after the show, it's yours. I'll even dry clean it for you. It's yours.
Okay. Don't go offering stuff because I was like, that's it. Okay.
I hope you buy
Well, I
a change of
appreciate
clothes,
it. I did.
Because you lost that suit.
Yeah, they said you're home in a Tupac t-shirt and shorts.
There we go.
And I will take that suit.
Yeah, it's awesome talking with you all.
Thanks.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love it. I love it. I mean, Gary, you just lost your suit.
That's, you know what, to Wayne Brady, I can't even be mad.
You can't,
It just means that maybe I did something right with the fashion choice today.
There you go. I mean, I want to throw it back with Wayne Brady. I was just watching his episode of Girlfriends, throwing it back to the 90s sitcoms there. Yeah, he is a legend through and through.
And
He's
talk
been
about a
around.
fellow legend with Deborah Cox. I mean,
Deborah
you know,
Cox
I
as
think,
well,
was it last year on TikTok? They had the How Did You Get Here challenge where everybody tried to sing her song. And I remember actually asking her about that, and she just talked about the legacy of that song. She never thought that it would blow up like it did. but how grateful she is to have a song in her catalog, because there can be a lot of artists who don't have that particular catalog.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You got to have that longevity there, and she's definitely
Just
got
have
it.
to step back.
Hello,
Have to step this
hello.
way? Right there.
Just
Oh,
right
there.
over here.
Perfect.
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. I love the suit. I mean, we are talking to the man behind so many iconic singles, so many iconic albums just in this last year. Tell me just about the magic that you've put together with Olivia, with Chappell, and kind of like how those collaborations manifested.
I feel like they're very simple in the nature of how they started, you know, just one day kind of meeting and catching a vibe and seeing if there was something there, and then slowly over time building a relationship and being able to kind of like collaborate more deeply. When I started working with Olivia, it was like her bringing in song ideas that she had written, and I was kind of helping produce them, and then we started to write together. With Chappell, yeah, I mean, we met, it's crazy to think that it's been almost 7 years since we actually started working together. And we took us 5 years to make the album, you know?
It's
So
such a unique sound. You know, what went into kind of crafting that? Was it just, you know, the direction that she wanted to go in? Was it, hey, this is a trend that we're seeing in the industry?
yeah, I mean, she just likes to push boundaries, and she likes to have a lot of fun. And she's always pushing me to kind of like have fun making music and like try new things and new sounds, and you know, so in that sense I'm kind of lucky that she likes hanging out with me enough that she, you know, like that we get to make music, so it's pretty great.
You know, I think even now, in that era of streaming, we kind of live in a microwave type of form of making music. Things are made fast, just get it out.
Right.
You just said that it took you guys 5 years to make the album. Maybe that's why it's so special as well.
I don't believe in the fast way of making music. I actually to me, it's not the way to do it. I work with literally 2 to 3 artists a year and kind of just like take my time working on the songs. I like to like process songs over time. So like we could make a song, or like I should say we should, if I'm with an artist and we write a song, sometimes I might purposefully forget about the song because I want to constantly hear the song as a new listener. And so like we'll write something and then I'll put it, like keep it on my hard drive, not listen, and then maybe 6 weeks later or 2 weeks later, I'll open it up and I can listen with fresh ears, and like if it excites me, then I start to work on it, you know, like, because then I want to hear what it feels like just as a new listener, which is also, because you always have to think about people that are listening to music and how they hear it for the very first time, you know, and then I'll put it away, and then maybe a few days later I'll try to forget about it again, and then do it again, and then how does that make me feel, and if I need to change something. And so I like to be really slow and methodical in my process of making a song, and I feel like it takes me a long time to get a song right in order to want to feel comfortable putting it out in the world.
I love that. It's like you got to step away, come back, and rediscover it again, right? And, you know, just helping out these amazing, you know, female artists who are really pushing boundaries. What does that mean to you to kind of use your own privilege and your own platform to say, hey, I'm going to work with you all, and you're all going to kind of influence the way that women are seen, not only in the industry, but also in society as well?
I mean, what can I say? I feel so lucky at all times that I always say that people want to like even work with me, like you want to, because like I said, I'm really slow, so I always feel so happy that like someone wants to come back and be like, I want to go through this process with Dan again, and it might take me 2 years to like him to finish the song that I like, but you know, so I feel lucky because obviously Olivia and Chappell are like so talented and so strong, like so like clear-minded in what they want, and like I get to kind of like hang out in the background and help out in some small way. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure talking with you.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
So talented. Thank you. Ooh.
I mean, when you think about that, like he is crafting some of the biggest songs on pop radio. Like that's super duper special. And so, you know, when he talks about not having the microwave type of creating music, more of like the slow burn, the slow cooker way, I mean, it just shows that, you know, when you take your time with things, you know, big results can come from it.
Yeah, and I think that's the way we need to go. You know, slow and steady.
Slow and steady.
We get stuck in that idea of I got to keep going, I got to keep creating, even you know, as journalists as well. And so I'm glad that he's kind of cementing that for younger producers who might then look up to him.
No, I definitely agree.
Yes, AP. I'm subscribed. I get your notifications.
Half a step back. I know that's perfect.
And once again,
Hey.
hello.
I just recognized, like, okay, yes, I know.
You're like deja vu, here we go. I mean, nominated, won, presenter, nominated again. Tell me, coming back to the Grammys again as a nominee, how did last time's win really influence this album and the greatness behind creating it?
I would say that being at the Grammys and winning was unbelievable, but it gave me a chance to really think about what I want to present, because now I'm on this huge platform and I don't want to be fake and I don't want to change just because it happened. I want to change in a way that's leading towards growth and leading towards expressing more of myself to people and being more vulnerable, more honest. And so I think with this album, Portrait, I feel like I've been able to look to my peers and look to my community and say, I want to cultivate a sound with you. I want to bring something fresh and new to this, and I want to continue to seek out what can challenge me and what can help me grow. And so I'm just grateful that I'm honored to be here and honored to be able to celebrate year after year and see all of these wonderful people, but also honored for the reminder that it's not like I won, that's it, you know? There's still such a long musical journey ahead, and I'm looking forward to all of it.
I love that, especially the growth, behind all of that.
And when you talk about growth and change, and we look at jazz music, you are kind of like the face of jazz music and bringing a younger demographic to it. So can you just talk about, I don't want to call it pressure, but maybe influence that you have on younger kids? And also, I know the Obamas are fans, and I heard that they sometimes just happen to walk into your concerts at Martha's Vineyard. So, yeah.
That was crazy. And it was President Obama who said, do you want a picture? I was like, oh, you bet I do. But I would say that the influence or pressure, or however you call it, I think it also is another reminder. It's like, I don't want to pressure myself or put any pressure to change based on anybody's opinion. I'm grateful for the love, I'm grateful for the support, but at the end of the day, I have to be authentic to who I am and to what I like. Because if I don't like the music, but it's like, oh, maybe the people will like it because it's 1 minute long and everybody, then it's not gonna be good, and it's not gonna be real, and it's not gonna be an accurate representation of where I am right now as an artist. And so I think that's really important to me, is to figure out what I love. Oh, I love horns. Let me make an album with horns. I love writing lyrics. Let me challenge myself and write 10 new ones. Maybe I only sing one song, but I always want to think about what's gonna help me. Once again, what's gonna help me grow and find out more about what I can do. Because there's a lot of stuff that I feel like I can't do, and I need to learn, and I want to know more, and that's always going to be my pursuit. It's not like pressure or looking around like what everybody's going to think, but like thinking about what's ahead for me and what I have to learn. So I'm always going to be cognizant of that and focused on that rather than, thinking about anybody's opinion. Because I know people will love it and receive it anyway because it's real and it's authentic and it will sound good.
And the proof is in the pudding.
Yes. I mean, and listen, if music at any point does not work out, please write a book, because everything you've said is beautiful, profound.
We're waiting.
I'm sitting here ingesting it all like, oh my, you know what, let me apply that to my life.
I have to thank you all for giving me the practice to be able to articulate what I'm thinking, because a lot of times I'm just like in my head thinking about it all the time. So being able to actually put it into words and express it in a concise manner, thank you. Thank you for giving me that practice.
Thank you for your art. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you both.
Of
Good
course.
to see you again.
Beautiful music and beautiful poetry.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you. We love it. I love that we have regulars on our show.
That's beautiful. And you know what? The first thing that she said was, I get the AP alerts. And so it's also good that she's informed about the world. Yeah. We live in a world of celebrity and entertainment, but that book is coming. I can tell.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I was like, dang, I wish I had a journal to write this down. I'm gonna go back and watch the show because that was beautiful, beautiful advice. And I mean, she had an amazing dress on.
So
she had
pretty.
A beautiful, I believe, champagne look last year. This year, a lot of silver detail. Mm-hmm. Morgan, let's toss it back over to you. Talk to us just about the almost all black looks that we're seeing with little pops of white, of metallic silver, and just that nice little blend that we're seeing.
Well, you're so right. There is a lot of black, and I believe I'm seeing Kelsey Ballerini walk in. also black sequins. St. Vincent was on the carpet earlier in a really, really pretty, I actually loved black mini blazer. So that's going back to the whole suit look. And then, of course, Willow and Jaden slaying in all black. Jaden is wearing Louis Vuitton, so that's amazing. LV has been doing some incredible stuff on the carpet this season, from Zendaya's epic Golden Globe look to Ariana's Grande's several of her recent looks. So no surprise, he's such a lover of Louis Vuitton and always front row at those shows. So it's really cool to see him wear something that is so over the top, out of the box, literal box. You know, it's so great. But yeah, a lot of all black, which is interesting because normally you see like you said, like earlier, like a lot of gold, a lot of red, and I am seeing some gold and red. But I like the all black. I mean, we're all in black right now, so it's always chic, right?
Yeah, you know, Morgan, and I wonder, and I may be thinking too much about this, but do you think kind of like the somber tone of LA is contributing to a lot of blacks? Because usually at the Grammys, we do see a lot of color.
Right.
We do see a lot of daring outfits. I wonder, are people kind of cognizant of what's going on and don't want to be too flashy? What's your opinion on that?
I agree with you about that as well. I do think black is a way to sometimes tone down whatever you're wearing, even if you are wearing black sequins. Like we just saw Kelsey Ballerini walk in, and but even though she had on black sequins, which yes can be seen as, all right, we're gonna be a little mellow, but she dressed it up with the really pretty, as we were talking about earlier, the voluminous white cape sleeves, and she's one of several who I've seen wearing that tonight. So I think there are ways to make black look chic and elegant and fun also, even if you are trying to maybe, you know, not be as loud as like we might normally be. But, you know, I think people are still having fun with it. Obviously, Jaden's having the most fun with it so far. But I think, yeah, we might be seeing a lot more black, but I think people will be elevating it in honestly more creative ways, which is also kind of fun too.
That's awesome.
Oh, right? We're seeing those cohesions, those blends together. Well, thank you so much, Morgan.
Yeah, I love hearing your thoughts, Morgan. You articulate so well what we're seeing, but we definitely can't articulate them, so thank you.
On this show.
Very
we are
needed.
very thankful for you, yes. Oh my goodness. And let's jump into another interview.
Yes,
you all, the
right
guests
now.
just keep on coming and coming. We love it. Hello. How are you? Hello.
Hi.
Oh, I love it. You brought the banjo. We are ready.
Yeah, so we have Rihanna Giddens and Alice Randall. You know, obviously when we think about this year, we think about, or I guess 2024 leading into this year, and all of the talk about people of color in country music and the strides, and obviously Beyonce. Have you noticed maybe a change starting to take place within the genre, or are things still the same?
I always say the questions like this, let's see in 20 years and look back.
Which is what we said 20 years ago.
I know. 20 years from 20 years ago, I mean, Alice can actually answer this way better because she's been in the industry for over 40 years and she's been holding that torch for us all. So I think she should actually answer this.
I think this is 2025 is a unique moment of a certain kind of external recognition for the 400 years that black women have been making music that we call country. That country is an Afro-Celtic form. I've been in Music Row 40-some years. I had my first top 10 40 years ago, and no one noticed. And now, because Rihanna Giddens, actually, Rihanna started a revolution on a movie called The Great Debaters with Denzel Washington directing when she was in the Carolina Chocolate Drops, and that moment is coming into flower now. It has been 400 years in the making and 25 years in the immediate making, and I'm thrilled that I'm standing here with the woman who I thought made the most profound music this year.
Well, it's community. You know what I mean? It's really community, and like, if I can be here in community, I want to be here. And so it was like being able to be here with Alice like meant everything because she wrote the song. I made the song. There's a black woman who produced the song. There's an Irish woman whose label, put the song out. So it's like we have this incredible thing, and that is what I'm seeing now is community. We're like working together. We're pushing back against the capitalistic, competitive nature that has, really come into the music industry. There can only be one. It's like no, there can be as many as we can hold because we hold multitudes. So I think.
And I will say that Beyonce, Rihanna plays on this amazing Texas Hold'em, that this has brought attention, that has global, worldwide attention to what we've been doing in a way that is unique, and that she needs to be honored and recognized for her role as an ambassador as well as a music maker.
Well, then let me ask you all this, right? She was snubbed out of the CMAs, but yet she has a lot of nominations at the Grammys. Can you just talk about that juxtaposition?
I will say, as one of the first black women voting members of the CMA, I was in it originally over 2 decades ago. I chose not to go to the awards this year. I was horrified by the way we snubbed her. But Ray Charles's Modern Sounds in Country and Western was not acknowledged in its time, and it didn't stop it from being one of the greatest country albums of all time. Recognition does not create reality. Art creates reality. Audience creates reality, and that's why I say I'm standing here, the woman I think made the most profound music this year in black country. May not have been the most popular, but it was the profound.
I love that.
Yeah, you gotta play with words.
That is the mic drop moment right there. And can you... oh, no. But can you talk also just about going along the lines of what you've been saying, just that role that music plays and really changing the way that people view the world, changing the way that people view even politics as we go into, or currently are in, a new presidential term?
Well, music for millennia has been, artists have been, culture depends on our artists to talk for us, and they create the emotional space for us to understand what's going on in our culture. Music has been kind of co-opted for consumerism and has been made into a commodity. So we have to break out of that somehow and still pay our bills, in order to create this music that can bring us together, because that's really what we need right now.
It's finding that balance, right?
Yes. Well, thank you all so much for the time and for what you continue to do and champion within the genre. It's very cool. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Legends after legends, Gary. And look who we have here.
I think I know you. I think I know you.
I love you.
How are you? Grammy winner?
Hello, beautiful.
How do you feel?
Congratulations.
Yeah, take a step back. Let's get you. When you win a Grammy, we got to make sure we get all of you.
Woo, I've been holding on to these cowrie shells tight all morning. I'm still trying to process it, but I'm overjoyed. I feel full, I feel aligned. I feel in the light. I'm grateful though. Like, my team worked so hard, to have this moment. This is my manager's first Grammy win with me. Like, to celebrate her. Everybody that just poured into me, and to win it with two people that I love so much, and Erykah Badu and S1 and Jamarcus Bridges and Lone Star, and to do it authentically.
Yeah.
I stayed on assignment. I didn't have to change. I didn't have to chase anything, and fit to be affirmed in that way. Thank God.
And that's one of the conversations that I always ask you every time I see you, right? And it's not because I think you have to change or want you to change. But I'm always like, Rapsy, do you feel like you have to change? And you say, no, I'm going to stand firm in where I am. We talk about, your lyrics. Oh, do you have to dress this way? Do you have to do that? And you stand firm, and you've continued to stand firm in your career. So what does that affirmation of you not changing it and believing in yourself mean in this moment?
I say, this is the assignment, And it wasn't until I let go of the thought sometimes, even though I might not have said it to you, I might have gone home and some days felt that, and I surrendered. And I'm that joy and peace, just being able to do what I love, and now God is like, now it's time. You know what I'm saying? That's the beauty of this moment, and I'm just grateful. I don't know what and I get to be a representation of so many that look to me like, oh, I can do it too. Where I'm from a small town in North Carolina with 2,000 people, so It's for the dreamers. It's for the ones that say, you ain't really supposed to be there, but here I am. You got to see me, you know, and we're going to continue, you know, and to do it just in authenticity, the righteous way, you know, that's what it is.
And obviously, this is your most vulnerable album.
Yeah.
What does it mean to win the Grammy you're about a vulnerable artist, but this, as we talked about, touched on so many different themes, and you really had to dig deep, and in a sense, you're being rewarded for it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. You know, I did the things that were hard. I did the things that were scared. I allowed myself to be, you know, and I told myself, I said, what is it that you like about Lauren and Stevie and Erica and all these artists? I'm like, they're not afraid. They're vulnerable. They're free. I was like, I want to know how that feels like. You know, when you step in the light gives back to you. I see. So, yeah.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
I mean, legendary win, obviously very meaningful and having that spiritual meaning as well. But I wanted to ask you, what is the story behind this beautiful outfit that you have on today?
Yeah. I've been on a return to self, you know, and again, like, wanting to always be free. And I was watching a Grace Jones documentary, listening to music. I was like, man, she was so free. She was so herself, and it inspired me. And I saw a picture of her wearing a crown, and I was like, you know, I'm going to pay homage to Grace and to myself, because, you know, we walking in the light. We all royal. I'm royalty. I'm owning that I'm a queen in this, right? And this crown was made by Shaka Gibbons, and it's made out of amethyst and black turmoil, and it has its own spiritual meaning. These are cowrie shells in Africa. They're about spiritual protection, you know. And my return to self was a return to the things I love, celebrating blackness. And that's what it was. So I wanted to honor Grace. You know, we had her stitched on. Shout to Saint Germain by Jerry, who put this dress together. I had the idea, and he brought it to life. Fee Noel, who helped facilitate it. Ashaka again. Kiara Lanice, who did my makeup. I said, make me look like Egypt girl. This is DM Beauty, another black woman. You know, we're using her products on our eyes. So, you know, that's what it is.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we love to see good people win, and so this is awesome. Congratulations.
It's an honor to be able to celebrate this one with you. Thank you.
Yeah.
You have a beautiful smile, yo.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I always love talking with you. And, you know, I always ask you, is Rhapsody appreciated? And you never really give me an answer. But I think tonight shows how many people do appreciate you and your art. So congratulations.
I'm grateful for the village, you know. And I'm grateful I got in my own way and allowed myself to really live in it and receive it and give it back, because I love them so much.
Awesome. See you at the next album.
At the next one. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, love. Congratulations. We'll do it. We'll swap. I love this dress. Oh, man. I love that you get to share these moments with artists that you've been able to chat with in the
She's
past.
so special, and I have a story I'll share later, but I was doing an interview as a young journalist with Ninth Wonder, and Rhapsody was a new artist in the booth. So we've seen her progression.
I love that. Hola, hola, Jessi. ¿Cómo estás? We're going to switch over to Spanish real quick for a second, guys. Vamos a hablar en español un ratito. Jessi, ¿cómo se siente estar nominado en una categoría de música mexicana como colombiano representando?
Bueno, yo estoy feliz porque no es desconocido para mí el género mexicano. Desde muy pequeño hago parte del mundo del mariachi, ¿no? Los dos iniciamos cantando rancheras, y la música de despecho colombiana es una raíz, ¿no? Con mucho respeto de la música mexicana. Soy feliz de poder estar al lado de Karim León, de Peso Pluma, de la Chiquis nominado. Ganó el gran Karim, que se lo merece porque es increíble todo lo que hace. Nada, dándole gracias a Dios por esto que nos permite vivir, que es un sueño que cumplo no solo por mí, sino por todos los que hacemos parte del despecho.
Sí. Y hemos visto reggaetón teniendo esa fusión con Colombia, ahora música mexicana, como en un scale más global. ¿Tienes ¿cómo se dice? Un prediction para otro género que puede venir y creer esa fusión con Colombia otra vez?
Sí, pues sueño con que en algún momento pueda hacer algo con Karol G, ¿no? Que es representante increíble de nuestro país. He hecho canciones junto a Karim León, tengo con Alejandro Fernández, rancheras. Nada, ahorita tengo un proyecto con el grupo Firme también, con Julián Álvarez. pero no, de otros géneros me encantaría hacer algo con la salsa, ¿no? Porque Nietzsche nos representa en el mundo. Bueno, son proyectos que se sueñan y que sé que se van a cumplir con el favor de Dios.
Ok, voy a estar esperando el álbum de salsa. Muchas gracias, Jessi. Gracias.
I only know a little bit of Spanish, but a smile is universal. So, there you go. So, yeah, thank you all for the time.
Gracias, Jessi. Muchas gracias. Oh my gosh, Jessi Uribe. He is one of the pioneering Colombians bringing Mexican music and that genre just on a global scale through Latin America. And look at who we have here. Brittany Howard. Hello, hello. Listen, before we start off talking about the performance tonight, the nominations, I have to ask about your new venture into metal.
Yes.
Tell me what led you to say, okay, I'm going to introduce the world into this other passion of mine and this other skill that I have as a musician.
Yeah, well, that's something I actually grew up on. I love hardcore music. I love metal music. It gives me this feeling of permission to be angry. And it's one way I can move through anger is listening to that music. But it's also very freeing. So it's like I also feel full of elation. So I just wanted to share that with other people. I wasn't sure I could do it or not, but it turns out I can. So that's always nice too. And I'm excited to share that. We might make a little hardcore album or something.
Clip of one of your performances and I said, ooh, I love this.
You gonna listen to it?
I used to listen to Screamo in high school, so I dabble in the metal too.
There we go.
But you know, you're performing as well tonight with the Quincy Jones tribute in memoriam. Can you talk about just what he has meant to you as a producer and how he's kind of inspired you?
You know, there's certain people when they express themselves, you see yourself in them, and I feel like that's just somebody. It's like I know what you're talking about, and I understand, and it makes me want to be more insistent on being more vulnerable, expressing myself, whichever way I can musically. You know.
I love that. I mean, he's been such an inspiration, or was such an inspiration for so many people. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you all collaborate tonight and bringing that forward.
Thank you. It's beautiful, and I can't wait to perform for you guys.
You're such an eclectic artist, and nobody can ever put you in a box. But I'm wondering, when you talk about metal, we're kind of seeing a resurgence in the popular music sphere of metal. And you talked about it gives you permission to be angry. I wonder, is the resurgence maybe tied to what's going on in the world right now, the climate of the world?
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of people who are being stepped on. We're all human beings at the end of the day, and we all need the same things to survive. And whenever a group of people is stepped on, we're going to shout. And I think that directly correlates to rock and roll, to metal, to screaming, to shouting, to moving, to not caring what anyone thinks. It doesn't matter. We're here, and we're going to be loud, we're going to be angry, and we're going to be seen. And I think it's very empowering that everybody's leaning into that.
So, thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you so
Great,
much.
thank you. Brittany Howard. One of the things that, I love most, and we just talked about, is the fact that you cannot put her in a box.
No, not at all.
She is so musically talented that, she could make a opera album and I'd listen to it.
I wouldn't be surprised if we talked to her in a few years.
Right.
Talk to Brittany in a few years, just about dabbling in opera, a little bit of pop, a little bit of more, all of the above. Any genre you can think of. Make up a genre. Brittany Howard can probably make it happen. Yes. In her own lane completely. Oh my goodness. I mean, already this has been such a fun night, or afternoon, I should say.
I know time is moving quickly, but it seems like we just got here. I think that's the beauty of the Grammys. We're seeing some of our favorite artists. And, we always say we have a weird job, but we really are thankful to do some of these things. And entertainment plays such a big part in the world. We know it's not necessarily the most important thing in the world, but a lot of times it gives us a break from some of the things that we are covering. And so, I feel thankful that we're all here, that we can, just celebrate and talk to our favorite artists, give our viewers some insight into the music making process. I'm thankful to be here with you again.
Yeah. Me too, Gary. Me too. So nice. But yeah, I think even going off of what you were saying, though, it's not just, the celebratory aspect of it, but we're also seeing the revolution behind the music. We're seeing the way that people are, standing up for whether it's a cause that they believe in, whether it's, basic human rights, all of the above is encompassed in the way that people really approach this art form, and it's been beautiful to have those conversations with people.
Very beautiful. So we are looking at our fashion cam. Morgan, tell us what we are looking at right now. I actually love this dress and the color contrast.
I love this dress. I love the sculptural detail of the dress. It's so beautiful. And it seems to just be almost like painted on her. Like it just looks so great. But then obviously she's paired it with the contrasting white. And then here we again have the sleeve cape situation, which has been a big statement tonight on the carpet for a lot of people and in different colors. So I'm excited to see if this continues. And in addition to the voluminous sleeve capes, we're also again seeing the resurgence of the opera gloves. And I know we got a glimpse of Chappell Roan coming out of the limo earlier, and she has on her sheer, because we love the sheer, light blue opera gloves with her very amazing Victorian looking gown. I can't wait to see that up close. But yeah. Love this. We have Noah Khan right now in all white, which, oh my God, such a fun departure from the all black, because even we've seen a lot of women in black and then we've seen a lot of men in black as well. So I'm loving the all white, actually. It's very, very chic. I think he has a little pin, and he's even dressed it off with some black shoes. That looks very sharp, very nice. Yeah, I mean, there's some nice. Oh, who do we have up next? Let's see. I mean, it's so interesting to see how men kind of decide to elevate the suit looks. I'm loving this guy's fur situation. I mean, it's great for winter, even though it's probably pretty warm in LA, but I'm loving it. And it's really cool to see that there are some contrasts between the all black that's going on, because yeah, I do want to see a little departure from it. I do think that Chappell is going to be our biggest departure from it for this evening. But I mean, again, you can't really go wrong with classic black. And even if you decide to dress up classic black suit, you can still make it look amazing. And I feel like that's what a lot of people are leaning towards this evening.
Yeah, it's amazing to see just the men really stepping out. We saw Noah Khan wearing that tan. I gotta say, I was surprised by the black shoes. I would have thought, usually want to do a tan suit with a brown shoe, but it worked. It looked really well. The fur coat that you referenced as well, Morgan. You mentioned we have Jacob Collier coming up. He always has really eccentric fashion to match, I think, the eccentricity of his music.
Yes,
yeah,
totally.
That guy can work with any musician, work with any genre, any sound, and makes it work.
Oh, wait, yep, and we got...
We love we're going to take a pause on Jacob because we got another legend with us here. Hello,
How are
hello.
you?
How is it
Good.
going?
How are you doing?
Continuously showing up at the Grammys year after year, winning awards. But tell me, how does it feel seeing everyone gather together and really unifying to uplift, the Los Angeles music community after dealing with the wildfires?
This makes it more special, I think. Grammys are always special, but this year in particular, I feel like everyone's showing up even more, and that makes me feel good about it, because, people in music we always do support, and we write about it, we sing about it, and so sometimes you got to do more than just that, and that's what everybody's doing. So hopefully everybody's reaching also into their pockets and helping out.
Exactly, right? Giving those donations. And it's music can be such a healing tool for so many people. I'm curious for you personally, when has music really been that emotional salve for you where you said, I'm really going through something, I don't know where to turn, and you turned to the keyboard, or you turned to write down some lyrics to really help?
I think I've done that all my life, ever since I was a kid. That's what got me started. Some girl broke my heart, and that's straight where I went to. All right, I just broke my own heart either way, but it's always a place that I go to. Music is it's powerful that way, and it's powerful for no matter what age you are. It's the most powerful thing.
It's that reassuring tool that you can always turn to, right?
Yes, of course.
And I wanted to also ask you, last year we talked to you about just the rise of women in R&B and the way they were really at the forefront. Can you talk about just this new trend that we're seeing in R&B where we're seeing more of a fusion? We're seeing people blend the genre with pop, blend the genre with hip-hop and rock as well.
Yes, I think it's interesting.
Chappell. Chappell.
You guys want to do that? Go do that.
So sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. Hello, how's it going, Chappell? Hello.
Good.
How are you?
Oh my gosh.
You look amazing.
Talk about the
Tell us
look. Oh my
behind
gosh,
the
thank you. I'm wearing vintage 2003 Gautier, so sorry. Can I do that again? I'm sorry. I'm wearing vintage 2003 Gautier spring couture with the original hat and got some long nails, a lot of glam today. Yeah.
And Chappell, talk a little bit about, you've been really working at this for a long time, and this has been such a big year for you. What is it like to kind of come here and wrap up this kind of year of just really exploding?
It's fun. Like, I'm having fun. I'm like, don't take a lot seriously. So, but it is like, what I do take so seriously is like the community from the LA fires that like we lost so much. Like my community was like lost. So that I take so seriously, but like the fun of art and drag, like I hold on to joy in these times and like really lift the girls up because we all lost, it affected us all. So yeah, I just, to be here at like such an iconic Grammys, I feel very honored. Yeah.
At a point where it's poignant and moving.
Where it really, really means a lot for people to donate, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Chappell.
You're welcome.
Congrats
Okay,
again.
Nice to meet you. Thank you, love. Oh man, there you go, Krista. You got
I know, I got it.
You
I
were
know,
looking
we
forward
manifested.
to that. She appeared.
She
we
did,
love
and
it.
it was fast. It was all at once. That's
that's
time of the carpet, huh?
That's the nature of the carpet.
Yeah.
Things move fast. I do still want to hear that answer from Babyface, so hopefully he circles back around, or I'll just have to wait till I interview him
Till
again.
next year. I know. Did we lose Jacob?
Mike's down, that's up. I'm going to try to get him that way. I'm holding her. He's down there.
Well, now that I saw her, I was like, oh, yeah, now I know who it is. A lot of Chappell.
I'm going to go try for Jacob.
Is that like a big question?
How you doing? Good. Need some water? Some water? How you guys doing? You guys good?
I think I'm fine.
Ready for a drink? Whoa. Open up the bar. Did I just say that?
Yeah, I scarfed down a protein bar.
Oh, here we go.
Amazing.
I wore this suit. I wore this suit in 2020 to the Grammys.
Really?
I'm serious.
Well,
That's
I
amazing.
think that means that we're giving you some good luck for tonight.
I think it means that for sure.
Well, then let's start there.
That's
I mean,
amazing.
we talk about luck. You know, some people consider the Album of the Year nomination a dark horse, but that you could win. What's the
Yeah.
fanfare like been for you this year?
It's been so surreal and so crazy. As always, the Grammys is always wild, but this album being nominated for Album of the Year is never something I could have dreamed of. It's such a weird album, such a radically inclusive album. There's over 100,000 people on the record from all continents of the world, really bringing their thing. And so I'm overwhelmed and really delighted and thrilled to be surrounded by so many amazing women in the category. It's just been such an exciting year for music. And I look around, I'm like, this is just an amazing moment.
And you're set to honor Quincy tonight. Talk a little bit
Yes.
about how that came about and how you're feeling about it.
Well, Quincy's the man, as we all know. He's like he's the king. And I had the pleasure of hanging out with Quincy a lot in the last 10 years or so. And so I think that he'd be really grinning at the audacity of tonight's performance. He's a man who's taught me so much, and who means so much to so many people, but to me especially, he's really been a champion of mine and like an unconditional supporter right from day one. He saw something in me when I was 19 that I couldn't see, you know. So it's just so special to have him in the room in spirit.
Well, what does it mean? You know, a lot of us did grow up on his music, and we talk about a lot of us. We're talking about generation after generation after generation. So what's one particular piece of advice or something that he left with you that you'll always consider when making music?
He used to like to say, don't try to be cool, be warm, which I always love. I love that because we need warm people right now. We don't need, we need people who are singing from the heart, speaking from the heart, and throwing it down like Quincy did.
Well, and speaking of that, Jacob, I noticed your Music Cares pin. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about why that organization is important for you.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be here at a time where the Grammys is representing, in some ways, more than they ever have, right? We need music now more than ever. Music has that unbelievable, deep, like alchemic property of cutting through all the layers of defense and just hitting people right in the soul. And I think that it's an amazing thing that the Grammys has been able to so successfully pivot the motivation behind the evening to support the people who really need that right now. It's amazing to see.
That's awesome. And thank you so much for your time, and good luck tonight. You know what? If you win, I'm taking partial credit, like 1% credit. Have a good one.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Well, that was fun. That was cool.
Fun, yeah. I wanted to ask him about his outfit. He's always so
colorful.
That is
yes,
amazing, Gary. That's a great coincidence.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? No, that was cool. And he has such a good energy about him and a good spirit. He definitely is a dark horse, but stranger things have happened. So
I know.
I'm just happy that people recognize the work.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So Chappell right now is posing in her, as she explained, her vintage Gautier look. I'm fully obsessed with it. I think it's so beautiful. And normally people would probably say like, oh, there's a lot going on. I mean, we have the opera elbow-length gloves. We have the hat, which she said was part of the original look. But I love it. Yeah, it does. It looks like, I think it is a beautiful, one of the ballet Degas paintings on the dress. I love it. It kind of gives me vibes very reminiscent of Zendaya's 2017 Met Gala look, the really over-the-top Dolce & Gabbana ball gown, and this is very similar. And Chappell always does things that's over the top, but always, it's so fashion forward at the same time, and I love the way her makeup also just effortlessly coordinates with the entire look. I mean, she is also the queen of makeup, and I feel like on red carpets, makeup gets some spotlight every here and there, but it's people like Lady Gaga and Chappell that really take makeup to the next level and actually use makeup to complete their look. So I think this is amazing. I know that Chappell recently is one of the stars of the new Amazon Prime series where a lot of stars discuss their makeup routines, and Chappell's makeup routine can take a very long time, and it's layers and layers of very over the top. She's inspired by drag makeup. So I think it's just, I mean, it really is truly its own art form. And I think she looks like a stunning statuesque. I mean, I love it. It's not for everyone, of course, but I think it's a great look. And it's going to be a memorable fashion look, you know, for the Grammys for sure. Mm-hmm.
For joining us here tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations are definitely in order. I mean, you received the information about the nomination, you know,
Yes,
at a time of also, you know, finding that freedom. Can you talk about what that meant to you?
I mean, it meant a lot, and it just made me believe in God more and myself more. Because think about it, I'm coming from jail, and now I'm nominated for a Grammy Award. You know what I mean? I'm in LA. What could be better, man? Life is a blessing, so I have to give thanks. Yes.
You know, we had Shenseea here earlier, and we were talking about influences and her as a woman kind of being the face of the genre right now, the new up-and-comer. But obviously, she listed you as an influence. And for those of our audience that aren't familiar with dancehall and reggae, you are a literal living legend. So what does it mean that you are you've helped birth this new, you know, generation of artists?
I mean, it's an accomplished feeling because we put in the work, and I mean, and the same way I stand on the shoulders of giants, like the Buju Banton, the Ninja Mans, the Beanie Mans. So it's good that kids can come along and say Vybz Kartel influenced them. So it's like a pay forward, you know what I mean? Yes. So it's a great feeling. It's an accomplished feeling, and it's humbling as well.
And what does the genre need to continue to do to continue to move forward and progress?
I mean, I think we just need to find the balance between the art and the commerce, because Jamaican music can be very rough, very kind of intolerant at times. So once we find that balance, especially the young kids coming up, they will do great, trust me.
That's interesting because the way that you recognize, you mentioned intolerance.
Yes.
And I know a lot of us who aren't familiar with the culture would seeing certain things that we didn't know about, and then as an adult, we found out, oh, that means this, that means that. So do you think it is a conscious thing with artists now saying we are going to kind of change?
Change is inevitable, and it's the only change is inevitable, and it's the only constant. So, and I believe in that change. You know what I mean? Because it's a global marketplace, it's one world, and everybody needs to do them. That's simple as that. That's it.
Music has been, especially in the Caribbean, has been used to really speak out, you know, in favor of politics, against politics. How do you see things continuing to kind of shift in that way?
I mean, Caribbean music, yes, strong on social commentary. And it's still happening now. I mean, especially now, because a lot of things are taking place in the Caribbean in terms of the social changes, and it's a good thing. So we have people like Buju Banton still fighting the good fight. I mean, you know, Bob Marley's a legend, even in death. So yeah, and I have my conscious songs as well. You know what I mean? Not a lot, but.
Listen, but you gotta have the balance, right?
Exactly, we need the balance.
The fun needs to be there as
yes,
well.
ma'am.
If it makes you feel better, I've been to many a basement party with Vybz Kartel music.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Shout out to Brooklyn.
Yes, BK, yeah. True.
Thank you so much for the time. We definitely appreciate you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do I keep
I'll hand that over. Thank you.
Living legend. When we talk about
Living
Caribbean music
legend.
and dance hall,
I mean, how does it feel chatting with him? You said you got to, you know, party to some of his songs.
quite many a song. You know, and obviously Brooklyn has a very, very, very strong, well, New York in general has a strong Caribbean culture. And so when you go to a party, it's nothing for, you know, an hour or two of reggae and dance hall, you know, to be played. And coming from Texas, we'd only have the, you know, maybe a Sean Paul song, but, you know, Brooklyn is a whole different level. So, yeah, it is cool talking to a living legend.
He's so cool, and just seeing his outlook on, you know, up-and-coming or even younger established artists, it's always interesting to see, what is the direction that maybe those who really set that that foundation, what is the direction that they hope that the genre goes in, you know?
Yeah, and I was really interested, which is why I commented, because, you know, there are a lot of very, very popular reggae and Caribbean songs that have some intolerant lyrics. And like I mentioned, you know, when you don't know the culture, you're saying these words not knowing that they can be highly offensive to certain people. And I think within the past 10 years or so, a lot of these big songs that a lot of us sung, a new lens is being looked at. And so to have one of the forefathers of this genre kind of say that we need to change this, we need to be more tolerant of people, I think is big and will definitely help the genre grow.
You know, we're seeing Bad Bunny kind of do something similar where it's, you know, he's saying things that are fully true to Puerto Rico, whether that's slang, whether that's certain, you know, just phrases or idioms that those of us might not know. Do you think that artists should kind of define those for the rest of us who might be outside of their, you know, just their culture, or is that something that people just kind of have to figure out?
That's a good question. I mean, I definitely believe in artistic expression and artists being themselves, but I also have no tolerance for intolerance, and so I think there's a balance. It's one thing for us to, you know, I think money is power, and so if we don't like what artists are saying, we can change that with our money. But at the same time, the fact that he is cognizant and saying, if we want this Caribbean, because, you know, the Caribbean is very, very small, but they produce all of this music. If we want this to continue and grow, then there are certain things that we need to change. And so the fact that he's aware of that, I think, and others are aware of that, will go a long way.
Oh, I love that. And I love that you asked him that question as well.
Thank you, Leslie. I'm learning from you, you know? Yeah, I'm learning from you.
Please, Gary, I watch your interviews to get better, please. But, you know, we got to talk about, you know, album of the year earlier today when you and Krista and I were on, but we've talked to a few best new artists. I mean, Chappell Roan was just here.
Chappell,
Yes. We Jacob Collier as well.
Before we get to the best new artists, we can go back to album of the year. You know, and when you think about, we talked to Rihanna Giddens earlier, who played on the Beyonce album. We talked to Jacob. I'm looking forward to kind of talking to Sabrina, and I think in just a few minutes we're going to have an interview with another Best New Artist nominee, which will be revealed very, very soon. I don't want to give it away.
TBD.
Yeah, but look, I mean, this may be the most stacked Best New Artist category, definitely in recent memory.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't want to say history, but it might be close.
Possibly. I mean, you have Doechii, Shaboozey.
Shaboozey, who had one of the biggest songs of the year.
I have to correct myself earlier. Jacob Collier's album of the year, not Best New Artist. And, you know, you also got to talk to a really great artist who's really changing the game in R&B, Teddy Swims. Talk a little bit about that conversation that you had with him and just, you know, learning more about the blend of family and music and therapy for him.
I don't want to say too much because we may have a special guest that will be coming up in a couple of minutes who may or may not be Teddy Swims, so we may ask him. But one of the things that I do appreciate is that he found kind of his success and his fame through YouTube, like doing YouTube covers. And a lot of times, I think in this climate, we kind of wonder if that can really still take off and if you can be really talented coming from a social media background. And he's one of the ones that proved that you definitely can. And so he's very raw and very vulnerable. And I think that's one of the best things about him. And you can hear it in his music. And we mentioned Shaboozey. It is actually Teddy Swims who had the most... So the highest playing or most played song on U.S. radio last year. So over Taylor, over Shaboozey, over Beyonce, his song was played the most in all of 2024. So that's a heck of an accomplishment.
I mean, definitely earned his place here on that Best New Artist list, right?
Yeah. Who are you pulling for Best New Artist? I know Doechii. You're a Doechii fan.
Yes, Doechii, through and through. I want to see her up there on that stage. I think she's had an amazing year. I mean, she's been killing it for years and years and years before, but I just think this last album really showcased her full range of talent. She got that sign off from Kendrick Lamar saying this is one of the best rappers, you know, of this generation. And I don't know about you, but if I was a rapper and Kendrick Lamar said that to me,
you could not tell
me anything. I would have that tattooed across my chest right here, saying Kendrick Lamar signs off Kung Fu Kenny through and through. So I really hope that Doechii pulls in for Best New Artist. And look who we were just talking about. Hello.
You're looking good,
How
man.
are you? So nice to meet
you can step on that green right there, that one.
Right over
Yes, sir.
here on this little green
Yes, sir.
spot.
Right here.
Man, it's good to see you
Love you,
again.
bro.
I love you too,
Good
man.
to see
the
you,
album
dog.
is wonderful.
Yes, sir.
But first off, talk about the fit, man. You are always the most best dressed.
Hey, man, my dog Christian Strobel, man, helps me out with everything. And, you know, my girl's here. We're doing June with the baby, so the birthstone is pearl. So, like, I thought I'd kind of just do pearls everywhere and, you know, love on my baby.
No, I love that. I love that.
About, you know, before you walked over, just the impact that you've had in R&B and just in the genre. Can you talk about what it's meant to you to be received in such a way and be able to really spread this fusion within
Well, you know,
R&B?
I'm so grateful. I grew up on the best music ever, and I'm honored and always paying homage to the GOATs, you know. So I'm grateful to be, I guess, accepted into that community in any way, because it's some of the best people ever, like Stevie Wonder, man. You know what I mean? I'm grateful to be Michael Jackson, to be with Usher's the best that's ever done it, you know. So I'm grateful to be accepted in that space and be just paying honor and homage to the best people that's ever done it, you know.
And we know that you're an expected father, like you just
Yes,
said.
sir.
But, you know, and we talked about this in a little bit with our interview and our story. Can you just talk about, you know, I've tried everything but therapy, but you revealed to me that you actually have tried
sure
therapy
have.
and just kind of what it's meant to you.
I mean, it's done a lot for me, and you know, shout out to my sweet baby mama right here, man. She's like, she kind of finessed me into it, you know, like a good woman does. You know, she's like, well, as we're bringing a kid into the world, we should get into couples therapy, and then next thing you know, I'm falling in love with it, and I find myself in my own therapy, and next thing you know, it's changed my life, and it's been such a rewarding, wonderful thing, and I got to just show me a different light of myself in so many ways.
Did you feel that change also when you then went to approach writing new music, where you said, "Oh, I never thought of this"?
Absolutely. I think the point of doing our part 2 of our record was, you know, after trying therapy and falling back in love and being a upcoming daddy and you know, having some success. I feel like there's better on the other side of heartbreak. It gets better, and it's life gets better, you know. And I think it all set me up to be who I'm becoming now, the man and the father I will be, you know.
Man, that is awesome. Man, congratulations.
Yes,
I always
sir.
love talking with you. And good luck.
buddy.
I'm pulling for you. Good luck.
Okay, man. Bring it in, dog.
Teddy
Pleasure to
Swims,
meet you.
right?
It's so nice to meet you.
Take care. I got it. Take care.
Oh, I love the roses on his nails. Did you see
Yeah,
that?
I mean, Teddy Swims
Teddy
is,
Swims.
man, he's such a really good person. I really mean that. He's a really, really good person. You can
Yeah.
feel a genuineness
You feel the
with
energy.
Teddy Swims. You feel the
it
energy.
immediately as he walks over. I love too that it was, you know, through, as he just said, going into starting a family. That he said, you know what? Yeah, let me get into therapy. Let me become that best version of myself.
If you listen to the first album, it's a lot of pain. So
I gotta
I'm
go
glad
back
you
and
went to therapy.
re-listen. And hello.
You look so
Miss
pretty.
Tori Kelly.
Can I just have you
hold
take
this?
just a step back?
I'll
There's a
step
green.
right behind this little
I know.
green line right here.
That's a beautiful train. I don't know fashion, but I know a good train.
You look beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much.
I love it. Now, Tori, you just recently entered into a new era of music. Tell me, what has it been like living in the aftermath of that and just seeing, you know, people being so receptive to that?
It's really special. I feel like this era, if you will, it was needed for me and for little Tori. I think just allowing myself to experiment and kind of show different sides of myself that people maybe haven't seen. People definitely hadn't seen. But were very, you know, authentic to me. I felt like I needed to do it for myself. And I think now that the songs have been out for a while and looking back, I think it's set me up and given me more confidence for the future and whatever else I put out. I kind of just feel like the sky's the limit now musically. So yeah, it's fun. I'm loving it. And it's weird looking back and seeing myself as a blonde too, because I'm like, this is my real hair color. And so I'm like really owning it now. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun to see the response too.
And you know, I love that we're chatting with you, because just a few days ago I was in my room and All in My Head popped in again, and I started humming it, and I was like, wow, I haven't listened to this in such a long time.
Throwback.
Went back,
Yeah.
played it again.
Yeah.
When you have moments like this, when you're at the Grammys, what do you think that young Tori Kelly that was writing, you know, these handmade songs would say to this?
She would be tripping out. I mean, even the first time I was at the Grammys feels like so long ago. It was 2016. And I just remember being so nervous and like, where am I? What is happening? I was up for Best New Artist at the time. So it's crazy being back now, and it just makes me grateful that I'm still able to do this, and I get to come here, and it feels like I get to be a part of something bigger than myself, which is, I think, the best part, and just getting to celebrate others. And I'm so excited for Jacob. Obviously we're nominated together, but he's nominated as well for Album of the Year. So to support him and be excited for him, and really be a fangirl of everybody. Like every time I look around, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so-and-so. So it's been cool, yeah.
I talked to you and Kirk Franklin for your album.
Yes.
And then I've talked to you for your pop album before that, and now you've had an R&B album. Just talk about exploring different genres and not being boxed into one different thing.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I first started as an artist, I thought that would be a hindrance. And some might say it is still. I don't know. I know a lot of artists who kind of, you stick with one thing and then you just kind of stay there. I just don't think that's ever been in my DNA. Like when I first started, it was hard for me to find artists that I could kind of compare myself to and be like, oh, their career, I want to have it exactly like that. Instead, I found myself kind of pulling from all these different genres. So I think to now be in the position where I am, where I have gotten to experiment with different genres and do whatever my heart feels, and I have these amazing fans who are actually like down, that's like incredible to me, because I never thought that I always thought I'd have to stay, in one lane. And so the fact that I do have that support system who are just, down for the journey is pretty special.
That's cool. Yeah. I know you just talked about All in My Head, but you were trending a few weeks ago along with Fantasia because the rumor was, and maybe you can confirm, is that one of her most famous songs was actually written for you.
Yes.
So is that
yes.
that true?
That is true. I was 11 years old. I was signed at the time. First of all, Fantasia, that's definitely meant to be her song. Like, she's insanely talented. I love her. But yeah, it's crazy. I still have the demo, like, of me singing it. And it's funny because I think when you break down the lyrics, you can kind of hear that it could be for a kid.
And that's
like,
what they were saying. The song is When I See You, but I scribble X and O's in my notebook.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's crazy that people know that now. But yeah, I've been doing this for a while, I guess. But that was a throwback for sure. And I love that song. I love her singing it. Yeah.
Very cool. It's always such a pleasure talking with you.
Thank y'all.
And you look great. The red is wonderful. Of course.
We love it. We love it. Tori Kelly in the house, everybody. So cool. Wow, I used to listen to her music in college. It got me through many lovesick moments.
Definitely, we've reached the pinnacle of sheer and nearly naked. So I think, I don't know, like, will this be the top thing that we see tonight? Probably. But yeah, I'm very shocked to even see Kanye on the carpet. And I'm sure, as you all have seen, he's unfollowed everyone on social media except for Taylor Swift. So I'm not really sure what that means tonight either. But we're going to have, I guess, Taylor and Kanye in the house tonight. So, hey.
Some potential controversy. We shall see.
And what's interesting is that Beyonce is also nominated for Album of the Year. So all of the makings for something very, very interesting.
It'll definitely be an interesting Grammys. And look who we have here in front of us. Hello. I love the look. I love the hair. Tell me, how does it feel just to be here, feeling the energy of everyone together at the Grammys?
It feels amazing. I had to do it big for my first Grammys, so I was just telling my publicist, I was like, I feel like I've been watching this backdrop, this red carpet on my TV screen since I was a little girl, so it feels really iconic to be in this room with so many incredible people. It's a night for music lovers to all just celebrate music and just this community. It feels really special.
And for somebody who's in the industry, what does it mean when you're walking down the red carpet that you've always watched on TV, and then you bump into legends, you bump into, fellow artists, you bump into producers, because this is, I think, the one night in music where everybody is together for that one time of the year.
It's so special. I mean, it doesn't happen often that you get all of these legends all in the same room. And I'm just fangirling constantly. I just got introduced to Teddy Swims, which was surreal, but it really makes it so just inspiring to be in this room and soak up this energy of like all of these stars, and it's so inspiring for me as an up and coming artist, just feeling like, okay, I can do this, and having so many role models to look up to.
You know, just could pick any collaboration with someone that you've already met, whether it's Teddy Swims or anyone else that you might have bumped into on the carpet, who would that be?
I feel like Charlie XCX. That's my girl. That's my girl. I feel like we would create something awesome.
Listen, I would listen to that. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's make it happen. This is
the
the
vibes
place. Yeah.
together. I can see
Yeah.
it. I can see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I could see that collaboration
I could see it
coming
too,
together.
yeah. That'd be a really sick music video. They both have those really eccentric but cool, moody
Yeah.
looks together.
It's extremely creative.
Oh,
No, I
man.
would like to see that.
I want to know what it's like to be just being an artist, and imagine just casually someone's like, "Oh, hey, this is Beyonce. You guys should collaborate sometimes."
Yeah.
I'll collaborate
Of
now.
course, yeah, no, that's
I'll play the
really cool.
reporter in a music video or something.
And you do great. I would
Thank
watch.
you,
I would
Barry.
watch just for you.
Thank you, thank you. My hype man over here.
Sheryl Crow is in the show. Wait, just give me one question. I think we caught it. Billie Eilish walked by?
Maybe she's posing, but she,
Might do that, yeah.
she saw us and turned around and waved. Yeah.
Okay, one question to Sheryl Crow first, then one to Carter.
How are you? So good to see you. Thank you. Just stand all right on that green one.
Okay, here we
Thank
are.
you.
What a night tonight. Not only just celebrating music, also giving back to artists through the fire relief. Performing tonight in honor of Quincy Jones. Tell me, what does it mean to you just to see the community come together and honoring so many different facets of the industry?
I think that people forget what a community Los Angeles is where the arts are concerned. I think I'm a really good example of a kid that moved here 35 years ago as a young school teacher, trying to have a career as a singer-songwriter. And I think this, the city is typically built on dreams. And then when something like this happens, everybody feels helpless, and how can we help each other? And it really is a community. So that's one of the beautiful things I think about tonight's Grammys, is that it feels so much bigger than like a competition or an award show. It feels more like we're kind of here trying to figure out a way to help people.
And along those lines, they're wrapping us, but you talked about moving here as a school teacher and chasing dreams. There's so many right now who are listening who feel like they can't chase their dreams because they're stuck in whatever they're stuck in. Can you just talk about the power of staying with it and chasing your dreams?
Yeah, you know what, I would say a couple of things. It's been a weird few years. I'm from a very small town. I grew up before the internet, before cell phones and all that. And the mental health issue, especially for young people, not only did we not talk about it, it wasn't nearly as prevalent as it is now. And we have a government, I think, that whips up a lot of confusion and just ugliness. And I would say to every young person that wants to be an artist, start writing. Find a guitar, find a piano, write your poetry, start painting, and really dig into that and manifest it. And I guarantee you'll be one foot in front of the other, led to where you're supposed to be with that art, because we need artists right now to give voice to what we're all experiencing.
That's awesome. I'm inspired. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Always good seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank
Artists
you so
at Healing
much.
Factor, so thank you so much. And you all, we're going to switch over to Spanish to chat with Mon. Hola, Mon, ¿cómo estás? Aquí te doy el mic, si te puedes mover un poquito para atrás. No, para atrás, para atrás. ¿Dónde está el verde? La línea verde aquí. Ay, gracias, maravilloso. Pero ¿cómo se siente? Ganaste en los Latin Grammys. Ahora estás aquí en los Grammys gringos, como les dicen. ¿Cómo se siente estar aquí y ver que están como potentially te van a dar ese premio para autopoética con todo el arte que pusiste en el álbum?
Muchísimas gracias por eso. Estoy muy contenta de estar aquí, sobre todo en un momento en que está difícil para los latinos. Así que me encanta que se celebre la música latina, la música en español. Y muy contenta por todos mis colegas nominados y también para quienes ganaron el Grammy, el Grammy gringo.
El Grammy gringo. Me encanta cuando alguien me dijo que así se llama, como con muchas artistas latinas. Dije, perfecto, así debe de ser, porque los Latin Grammys es importante también,
Sí, claro, por supuesto. Tuve la fortuna de ganar el Latin Grammy a Mejor Álbum de Música Alternativa y para mí está en mi corazoncito el Latin Grammy.
Gracias, Mon. Muchas gracias por hablar contigo.
Gracias a ustedes. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Mon. Thank you, love. Mon is amazing. She has an album called Autopoética out, and it is let's just say I was listening to it while taking one of my morning walks, and I had to stop and replay one of the songs because of just how stunning and beautifully crafted it is. Hello, how are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm absolutely great.
You are one of the founders, I would say, or innovators in hip-hop, the Roxanne Shanté.
That's what they say.
That's not what they say.
That's what they say. Hold on 1 second, because I've been trying to chew mints so I can be proper with everyone. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Roxanne Shanté is still Roxanne Shanté in every way, baby.
And that's why we love you.
Yes.
Just talk about, obviously this is another Grammys. We interviewed Rhapsody earlier.
Yes.
Who just won. You are of that lineage of female MCs who have really changed the genre. And now we see that manifested through somebody like Rhapsody. Can you just talk about, female MCs and how the genre continues to grow?
Well, you know what? It's truly an honor for me because you figure I've already had 4 decades in this, so I've already got 40 years under my belt. And honestly, this is my first time coming to the Grammys, and I'm coming as a winner. So people say to me all the time, like, we don't get a chance to see Roxanne Shanté. But the fact is, I pop up in the right places to see the right people at the right time. And also having a successful movie that just came off of Netflix, Roxanne, one of the most rewatched movies. When people think about female rappers, they got to understand the power that we possess. Because if you think being a woman is difficult, try being a female rapper. That can make it twice as hard. So it's really good for me to be able to see my sisters do so well and to see them be able to take such control over their careers and everything else. So for me, I truly love it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, lastly, what is the Roxanne Shanté legacy?
Well, for the Roxanne Shanté legacy, I have a radio show. I'm on every day from 4 to 7 p.m. on LL Cool J's Rock the Bells radio. I have about 7 million listeners per day, which people say that makes me one of those people. I'm a comfort car. So I'm like, I bring comfort to your car. So the Roxanne Shanté legacy is that anytime you see me, it's always going to be comfort. I'm always going to get a smile. I want everyone to have a nice day. And I'm just still me.
I really love that. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank
we really
you.
Appreciate
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you.
My mitt back in my mouth.
Pop away, pop
Love
it away.
it.
I'm honored to speak with you. Thank you
It
so
is.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Every year, legends and legends that I get excited. Friends get to see us interview. And next we have Grammy winners here.
Yes.
Noayana,
You guys can step
hello.
back just
Let me
just
have you all
back.
step
Yeah.
this
You guys
way.
curve the other way.
Right behind
This
this
way, that way.
green line here.
You guys keep going so we can make sure everybody's in the shot. Great job.
Perfect. Want to make sure
All right, this is y'all's
everybody's
mic,
in the
so you
shot
can
here
take it.
completely. Tell me, how does it feel getting this acclaim and winning this Grammy, especially given, the stories around, the album that have happened in Venezuela right now?
It's just a dream come true. We're in an independent project from Venezuela where there hasn't really been like an actual music industry through the years, and the whole world knows how tough it is for Venezuelans for quite a few years. So for us to be here right now, getting recognized by the Academy, winning an award, it's just the best feeling in the world, definitely.
Yeah, what were some of those emotions that you all felt when you heard your name? You're no stranger to the Latin Grammys. Now here at the Grammys, how did it feel hearing your name and getting up on that stage?
Well, I feel we've been living intensely. It's been a intense past 3 months. We've been also in the city while the fires. So, we've been having some political tense in our country, and also like winning a Latin Grammy, and then like coming here, we're working on new music, and the whole thing with the fires was very. It's been, I don't know. We're growing with all this experience, and now we're kind of shocked because, as Fofo tell you, we are an independent band. From a very special place. We are very proud of being Venezuelan and to be here and representing the country. So we're kind of in shock now. Like that's the most. Yeah. We have to grab a drink and
The publicist said, no, interviews. He said, wait, we need a second, we need to breathe.
But what about being from a small country and where, look, there's conflict everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Things happen everywhere, but still being representative of that country and holding true to yourselves and your own beliefs.
Yeah, and that's mainly what I think it got us here, authenticity and believing and doing everything with intention and love, and that's how we roll. And that's how Venezuelans roll, now in the U.S. we have this crazy situation happening not only for Venezuelans, for all Latin Americans, and we are good people. We are the best people, and it's good to be part of something like this to remind us that,
And when you see kind of the climate that's going on in America right now, have you guys able to wrap your head around it? We have migrants being deported from your country, not just your country, lots of different countries. Things are in flux right now in the U.S.
Yeah.
So what are your feelings when you're watching the news articles or watching the news stories and seeing all that's happening?
Well, the only thing that I can say is in our experience is the polarization doesn't get you anywhere. Like, we have to find ourselves in the middle in a way, and the world is a crazy place right now. For us to distance ourselves, I feel like we have to, in some way, we have to understand each other, and that's what I have to say. I don't like,
That's great. Music is that common ground, of what you were saying.
It's more easy to see the bad things in us. It's more difficult to find. It feels like it's more difficult to find the beauty in us as a human, and that doesn't make sense.
Very thoughtful. No, I appreciate that.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Take some time, take that breath in, celebrate.
There you go. Yeah, take it now. There you go.
There you go. A little throwback to Dochi's album there, it felt like.
Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congrats. Good job. Thank you.
Guyana representing for Venezuela.
Yeah, I love it.
Look
I
at
love
them.
it.
I love it. I love
And
it.
I love anytime somebody continues to take pride in where they're from.
Yeah, and they've been good about, standing up to standing up against censorship and beautiful things throughout their music and staying true to who they are as artists, whether someone agrees with their stance or not. So I think we're seeing a lot of, I think we're seeing a lot more artists take a stand, at least with the people that have come in and come through and talked to us today.
No, definitely.
No one's really skirted away from politics at all.
Green line. Right here. Right there. You good, bro?
Hello.
All right. So this is a treat. I feel like every time I open Instagram or social media, I am seeing you. Can you just talk about your meteoric rise over the last 2 years or so? I mean, can you wrap your head around it?
Just grind. You feel what I'm saying? Just streaming, having fun, doing what I love to do, and now we're here.
And I think what people love most about you is your authenticity. Can you just talk about just being you and not conforming or not changing?
That's the most important part. No matter where you at, no matter who you around, no matter what you're doing, be you at all times, okay? Don't change for nobody.
I love that.
Obviously, you're really big on Twitch, but I wondered for you, as TikTok is kind of in flux, how you're thinking about sort of social media and it's,
I'm not thinking too much about it. If social media go away tomorrow, that's just how it is, you feel me? I'm gonna miss my community and stuff like that. But if the internet was to shut down tomorrow, you gotta just live on, you feel me?
If you were to give advice to an up-and-coming streamer, somebody just kind of sitting at home right now trying to make it work, what's the one piece of advice you would give them in terms of how to build a community?
So I'm gonna look straight into this camera right here. I know a lot of people, where y'all from, whether it's New York, whether it's Philly, whether it's Baltimore, whether it's Chirac, y'all know how it get, y'all know what it is. We don't have to do certain things anymore to be where we want to be. Go write down that dream, chase that dream, and become obsessed with that dream. We don't gotta be in the streets. We don't gotta. If you're not really getting ball too much, you don't gotta play ball. Just do what you love to do. You feel me? If you like to play basketball, keep going. Don't let nobody tell you can't. If you like to stream, keep going. Don't let nobody tell you can't. And if you like to do music, keep going. Don't let nobody tell you can't. Simple as that.
Man, I'm ready to find something now. Let's go. You got me motivated.
Yeah, go crazy, bro.
Man, it's always
yes,
good.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro.
Inspiring. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because tonight, that was,
hilarious.
I don't know if I was expecting to be uplifted like that, but now I feel like, let me go write down another dream.
I know.
Yeah, no, that was very cool. I can
that.
see why so many people love him and his energy.
He's definitely got a personality, for sure. He's a big personality, yeah.
One of the things I also appreciate is his creativity.
Yeah.
It seems like he's always thinking up something new, and we didn't have enough time to ask him, but every time I see him going viral, there's always almost the next level.
Yeah.
And you got to have a team, but also that kind of forward thinking to be able to make that happen.
Yeah. I wish we had more time with him. It makes so sick to talk to him. So yeah.
So how are you doing? This is your first live Grammys carpet. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's a long carpet. It's a lot of energy down here, and it's been really fun to see the fashion looks and some of the wilder outfits I've been really into, for sure.
Oh, and obviously you interviewed Chappell, and that's one of the things that you were talking about earlier. So, I want to interview her. How was that? She seemed so enthused.
Oh, yeah. She was great. She was super excited. It was short, but she was really, she looked great, obviously.
She looked wonderful,
She always brings the fun look. So, yeah, it's been fun. Has there been someone that stuck out to you, Gary, today that was fun to interview?
Obviously, I love Rhapsody, so seeing her win, and I've probably interviewed her for every album.
Oh, wow.
And that's one of the questions I would always ask her is, are you appreciated? Does a Grammy really mean anything?
Yeah.
But I think you could tell by her emotion, you could tell by her eyes welling up that it really does mean something.
Yeah.
And Teddy Swims, my guy, I just talked to him a couple of weeks ago. had a great interview with him, so it's good seeing him.
Yeah.
He's an expectant father.
Yeah. Oh,
And one
wow.
of the cool
Yeah.
things is that even though he just released an album, the only thing he's talking about is what he's going to do with his baby.
Oh.
And so that's pretty cool to
That's
see.
fun. I love that.
So who
Take
are we
a look
have
at fashion.
posing right
You got
now?
someone, yeah.
I wonder, we are seeing a lot of sheer, like Morgan alluded to.
Yes.
And so, Morgan, if you are with us, can you tell us maybe why you think we are seeing so many sheer outfits? Like, is this a Grammys thing, or is there something that's happening in fashion right now?
It's definitely not just a Grammys thing. In fact, last year at the Vanity Fair Oscar party, there was so much sheer. It was actually everybody's headline. All the sheer dresses at the Vanity Fair Oscar party. So I don't know. I think people are kind of in this vibe where they want to maybe show off like different vibes, just like in a very elegant way. And you have Gracie Abrams here looking very bridal, actually, and very romantic in custom Chanel. She is now one of the Chanel girlies, which is really exciting. So Chanel is obviously known for their classic black and white and also for their rose detailing. And so you can see the rose in the middle right there. And just, this is like I love this because it's very like romantic sheer. We've seen nearly naked sheer tonight. We've seen sheer with blazers. Sheer can really be, you can style it in any way. And I love how she's doing it in a very romantic way here. But then, of course, like we see right now, there will always be sheer, but then there will always be sparkles. Like, sparkles is always one of the things that you're going to see the most of at the Grammys. It's the most fun. Yes, and and then we have red again. Red is such a classic, and I love Tori Kelly in this red gown. I actually think this is stunning, and she's making a really great statement tonight because red is actually a color that you see at like the Oscars and the Emmys and on other red carpets, and we haven't really seen it too much tonight yet. But I really, really love this. It's so simple, but we talked about earlier the ruching. You have a really gorgeous ruche around the bodice and on the shoulders. I also love a shoulder pad and like an elevated sleeve, and I love when people do that. I saw that on someone's blazer earlier tonight, and I think that that's also really fun. We have another shoulder here. Oh, and then we have another girl in sheer, Norma Kamali, right next to her. So, I think the biggest trend of the night, apart from volumized sleeves, is definitely sheer. That's definitely taking it home tonight. But then we're also seeing, like we talked about earlier, a lot of black and people kind of elevating black in different ways, which, black can sometimes be boring, but I think people are trying to put their own spin on it. And then who's really slaying tonight? All the Best New Artist nominees. We've seen Chappell in her amazing Degas-inspired Gaultier gown. And then we saw Sabrina Carpenter looking really gorgeous in silk and feathers. And I saw Ray on the carpet earlier. She was wearing all black, but she was wearing a very glam, embellished black sweetheart gown, which is really classic, but she looked very, very cute, kind of like had a Betty Boop haircut. So, now we're seeing a lot more diversity on the red carpet in terms of, a little bit departure from the all black, but definitely the standouts, I think, is, sheer sleeves, and then, black is kind of the undertone of the night for sure. So we can also talk about people's accessories and also makeup. Obviously, Chappell is the queen of makeup tonight, and then she had on with her really long gloves. She also had her nails on top of it. Nails have kind of taken over the carpet and have become their own thing. Another person who is really, really, really a fan of the nails is Cynthia Erivo. She's performing tonight, and I'm sure she'll be on the carpet soon. I talked to her briefly at a red carpet earlier in the year, and she was talking about her OPI Wicked nails. So, You know, nails are becoming also a part of the outfit trends that we're seeing a lot of too. And I believe this is Kesha, and I can see her nails too. Like I love how people are really going for head to toe looks nowadays. So yeah, there's so much happening. I love it, and I'm loving this. It's super voluminous. Going back to the corset trend as well, because corsets are always something that are very present on red carpets. Oh, we have another.
Let me just have you step right on the green. Perfect. I know, you look so gorgeous.
Thank you.
So we were just talking about, we have the same last name, so we've been trying to figure out if we're related.
Oh,
so I think more
met a Hamilton that I wasn't related to. So I just feel like you're my cousin.
We got to do the swab, get the DNA. Well, we'll do it after the show.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously a big year. You had one of the best albums in all of R&B, and I'm not just saying that. What's it like just having so much acclaim for your writing, for your brilliance?
It's just a huge shout out to my peers. I've been in this business for 17 years now, and 12 of those years I spent writing with my fellow songwriters and producers, just trying to like eat. And so this acknowledgement, I mean, when you're doing this every day, your taste level is really high, especially for the voters. So for them to vote for me, for them to consider me, acknowledge me, it really is a huge, like, you did that. You know, it means more than any executive, because I know it's my peers really voting. You know, I vote and I know what the process is like. So for you to actually make it to this stage and then to take one home, super humbled, super grateful. I'm just happy to be here, really.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know, you've talked extensively about standing in your own, you know, power and your own truth, just as an artist, staying true to your sound. What has that been like for you? Just when you are in those meetings with music executives and saying, no, I'm not going to sway to do something, to do R&B or something for an artist outside of my own culture. I'm going to stick to what I believe in.
Would you eat a plate of food that you did not order or that was not appetizing? You would not. And if they insisted, you would probably leave. And it wouldn't be a big deal. It's not what you ordered. So that's how I treat it. When I smell, when my spidey senses start tingling, I'm like, oh, this is about to be some bull swanky. I just leave. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. Hope you figure out what you're trying to do. I hope you find what you're looking for. Unfortunately, I cannot participate. I just leave. And I don't get offended.
You know, one of the cool things that I love about you are the kind of backstories that you're putting on Instagram about certain things that happened in the industry and things that we didn't know.
I have way more stories. I haven't even started.
And I figured that, but I wonder, is there any concern or trepidation that you might be saying too much? Like, I know you're not afraid to rock the boat, but at a certain...
No, you know what? The way that I came up, literally no one helped me. Not one person that has the power to do anything helped me get to this point. The people that are helping me now believe in me, and so they would not encourage me to stay silent. And anyone who's really doing anything for real knows you don't have time to stop and be a hater if you're actually really out here making money and doing business. Anyone who would try to get in my way, you're not doing enough. You're bored. You know, the real hitters don't have time. So I think people are encouraging me. I got a lot of text messages, a lot of support. Like, you know what? You said that. Because a lot of people feel that way. They're just maybe in situations where they can't speak up. I don't have that problem. So what else you want me to say?
Well, keep them coming. I'll be waiting for the next ones.
I'll try to keep it cute. I ain't going to cuss nobody out or nothing.
Keep it cute, as you always do. It's always a pleasure talking with you.
You too, cousin.
So sweet, cousin.
I hope there's a...
I hope more than she's
I feel like when I go on that show, I'm going to find out I'm related to a lot of people over here. Yeah.
That is awesome.
You guys have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you for setting that standard for so many young artists as well.
Of course, man. Speak up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night.
Thank you.
I love Muni Long.
Muni Long, one of the best R&B singers, producers, writers. out there right now. And like she alluded to on when we were talking, she's written for a lot of your favorite artists, and sometimes we didn't know because she's been in the business so long.
What do they say? Your artist's favorite artist.
There you go, your artist's favorite artist.
Definitely Muni Long. And I love, continuously she is speaking out against a lot of things that, earlier artists might say, oh, I don't know if I can say anything. I don't know if I can push back. And she's showcasing, no. We're setting that new standard. You can speak up. You can fight for your music. You can fight for, protecting, your sound and the culture that you represent as well. So I love that.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it right on the head. You asked her about like standing in her truth. And that's something that she does. And even though some people may have not wanted her to do that, it's paid dividends. So it's very,
and she's still finding that success. So you can speak out, everybody. And look who it is.
Look who it is. It's right there. Perfect. Right there.
Oh,
yeah, on the green line. No worries. That one.
Oh, this one, okay.
There you go.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
I love this. A goddess, truly, in front of us right here.
I mean, we are talking to the Hillary Banks. I mean,
Some days I'm Hillary, some days I'm Coco. It just depends on who's asking.
Depends on it. I mean, I guess, first off, what's it like already being a Grammy winner, being on one of the best shows on TV? Like, the past few years for you have been insane, but in the best possible way.
I mean, it's hard to describe, because it was so different a couple years ago. And sometimes I get like Snapchat memories or album memories, and I'm like, woo, didn't know what was going on at all. Super glad that I just kept pushing through. But yeah, it's really indescribable. I think it's also like humbling because you realize that you don't really have control. The only thing you can do is show up and be yourself everywhere. And of course, when things get bigger, you kind of like forget. You just have to show up as yourself. That's all you had before. That's really all you have now. So that's what I'm reminding myself to do in this phase of my life where I'm approaching dropping my debut album.
Yes.
I mean, the Grammy win before the debut album, how did that, impact then when you went to approach that album and put those finishing touches together?
Girl, I was like, scrap it. No, I'm just kidding. I think I just have such a really high standard for myself and for what I put out into the world. I don't want anything that relates to anything, and I don't want to just not say anything. I feel like I have a platform to be able to, bring light and make people feel heard and seen. So I'm really tough on myself. But I'm happy that I gave myself more time instead of feeling like I need to rush to keep up with that consumer energy. So April 25th, it'll be worth the wait.
We can't wait. Well, then obviously we know you from TV, we know you from music, and sometimes, in the industry, people make you choose. Music is going so well right now. Is acting still at the forefront also?
Oh, absolutely. I have plans to film something this summer. I filmed another thing last summer. I feel like, with a good team, and I have an amazing team, you make it work, You might sacrifice a little sleep for now, but the payoff is great projects, and that's worth it to me.
I love it. Well, congratulations on all the
Thank
success.
you, guys.
And your co-star, Ollie, I talked to him recently, gave you a shout out, said you're helping him with his music, so we can't wait for that too.
Hey, I love Ollie. He's great. He's an amazing hard worker. He deserves it all.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much. She always looks amazing. Hello.
Hello. Oh, I love this suit, man. Yes. Yes, man, great. I might say best dressed today. I love that.
You both got the memo. The little details in the suit.
Thank you.
I love it.
I'm with it.
I love it. And Luis, we just talked to Coco, who is doing that blend of being a musician, but also being an actor as well. You just recently, dabbled into acting, set that forward. What was that like for you, stepping into that new world and establishing something different for yourself with your fans?
Yeah, so obviously music is my day job, but acting has always been a part of kind of what I've done. It's been part of my journey. I did a lot. Back in high school and college, I studied musical theater as well, so I love just being able to unite, music and just being in front of people and just being myself and being funny and being romantic and just expressing myself through music. So it was fun to be a part of a film, Say a Little Prayer. We shot in San Antonio. We had such a good time. I was able to write the music for the film as well. So, it's just about growing and being myself.
Let's combine those two worlds together in this project. And you know, one thing I love is you're very open about, you know, where you stand in politics, where you stand in just what's going on in the world. I'm so curious, just in the years that we're going into, how do you kind of see that blend of art and politics fusing together?
You know, it's we have to be patient. I think patience is important right now. There are a lot of changes. I respect everybody's views. I think we're all allowed to have views, and I just hope that we get together and figure out how to always do positive things and treat each other with love and treat each other with respect. And it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter maybe if you have an accent. I think we all have to just love each other, respect, and put our heads down and go to work. Yeah.
Kind of use music as the tool to speak.
Well, music is medicine for the soul. You know, I think it's really important that we're here tonight in LA celebrating music. I think LA needed this.
Yeah.
Needed to come together. It needed that positive force. You know, obviously, you guys have been through a lot. You know, LA has been through a lot.
Yeah.
But the world wants LA to get back up on their feet and keep doing what they do.
No, I love seeing the unity between everyone here. Thank you so much, Luis. I appreciate it. Muchas gracias.
It's always good talking to you.
Obviously, and Julia, right behind that line
this
over
way.
here. A little bit, there you go. You look beautiful.
So pretty.
We were just talking about sheer is the trend that we're seeing, you know, on the carpet. You look fabulous, adding in the jewels there.
Thank you.
But, you know, we're also seeing this year a lot of songwriters, a lot of producers being honored as well. What does it mean to you to kind of be, you know, no longer behind the artist, but also in the forefront in your own right as well?
I mean, it's beautiful. Producers obviously have been more recognized for a while. Songwriter of the Year has only been around for a couple of years. I really believe songwriting is the backbone of the music. I mean, there wouldn't be songs if there weren't anything for you to sing when you're crying or you're happy or you're dancing. So it is just so beautiful, and just to see all my friends here and getting the recognition they deserve is special. Really so special.
And can you just talk about being a woman, you know, in that category? Because for so long, it was still, and obviously it's a new category, but we were still seeing men, you know, leading it. And so we slowly but surely we started to see women in it as well.
Yeah, actually Amy Allen won tonight, which is the first woman to win Songwriter of the Year. And I hope that just continues. You know, it's really rare that you listen to a song on radio and the top 10 songs on the radio aren't written by women. So it's fantastic.
And what needs to be done to, because we know about parody in country music, but overall there's still a big divide in parody between, you know, men on the charts, women on the charts, men producers, women producers, songwriters.
I think that's changing though.
Is it?
I mean, look at the top categories in Album of the Year this year. Yeah. You can't feel that?
So that's
Come on now.
Yeah, so you do feel like it is changing.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. For sure.
And do you feel do you feel it when you go into a lot of these meetings with other artists or with executives of no longer kind of having to showcase your talent, but already have that respect the minute you walk into the room?
I don't do a lot of meetings.
Okay.
Because I don't like that. But I feel less like I have to prove myself when I'm in the room with people. I think maybe in my 20s I did, and then in my 30s, I'm now 31, I realized that I'm a human, and some days we're gonna write amazing songs, and sometimes we're not, and that's okay. You know, I think over time I put a lot of pressure and expectation on myself, but at the end of the day, we get to do what we love every day. We get to make music, and we get to touch people all over the world. Like, that is such a beautiful experience.
And I have one last question for you. You know, you've penned for Selena Gomez in the past. I know fans are wondering if she's going to dabble back into music. Do you have any insight on that?
I mean, that is definitely not something I can tell you or you.
Tell us right now in front of the whole world.
The whole exclusive.
But I love her, and I'm sure it's going to be amazing.
And
so
just
much.
one more question. I'm sorry. Because you
No,
were just
you're fine.
talking about pressure and feeling a certain way when you were younger, I can't help but notice your tattoo, Speak Up. If you feel like it, can you tell me about the significance of it?
Yeah, I think as a woman, I've always tried to dim myself for other people, or maybe not have spoken up when I felt like I probably should have. And you know, the older you get, the more you evolve, the more you change, the more you grow, the more you do work on yourself, the more you realize, oh, that's gonna change. That has to change. And I think that's why a lot of women are here today. Like, they're really realizing how powerful they are. And I mean, this is proof. Album of the Year, all these nominations, this is proof.
Speak up.
The change is happening. The change is happening.
Thank you so much.
Thank
No,
you so
thank you.
much,
Such a joy to
Julia.
talk
We
with you.
appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
You too.
Julia Michaels,
That was so cool. Yeah.
another great writer behind so many hits, so many pop
hits,
stars
yeah.
as well. I love it. It's
No, I mean, it's always good when you can see the impact that the dreams of someone that they had as a child is now manifested. You know what I mean? And I think it was really, really cool. She was talking about she used to have a problem speaking up. Maybe there were some words that she left on the table, and now that is no more.
Yeah,
you know?
no, it's beautiful to see. And like, you know, Muni Long speaking up, Julia speaking up. I love it. And I love that you asked her about the tattoo as well. We always paying attention, Gary. Always paying attention.
Always paying attention. Trying to.
No, I love it.
And look who's on the fashion cam right now, Mustard. If you're Kendrick Lamar fans, you know the Mustard shout out that is him right there. It's kind of hard to avoid Kendrick this past year and a half or so.
Oh man, I'm curious to see what he's gonna sport for these Grammys.
Pumping in cold air now. You feel that? I feel like they're pumping in cold air.
Yeah. Finally get some air through here. Oof. Here, let me have you step right over there. Tell me, coming off the Brat tour, spending that time with Charlie, really cultivating that partnership, what was that like for you?
I mean, it was just such a joy. I think for me, and I don't want to speak for her, but I think for Charlie as well, touring is kind of like a precarious thing sometimes, and to be able to share it with a friend and have someone to kind of like ground you was so fun. And I'm also just really proud of what we achieved creatively. It was like incredible, yeah. We played Madison Square Garden. It was awesome.
Well, and obviously, you know, you like she's been working at this for so long, and to see her kind of explode this summer, what's that been like for you?
Unbelievable. You know, I think like gay people have been knowing about Charlie XCX for a really long time. And so for everyone else to kind of like catch up is very, very satisfying to watch. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Purple. Thank you. Troye Sivan. He has had an amazing few years, especially this last year. It was cool seeing him. I think it was the last stop of the Brat tour. He did the apple dance in the middle of the crowd. Yeah.
Amazing.
It was cool to see.
That was great. It was so cool.
And we have Cynthia Erivo just arrived. Is Ariana Grande nearby? That's what we want to know too. The duo, the Wicked duo. I loved seeing them together.
And you did that interview with them.
They were great, yeah.
And Morgan, tell me, Cynthia always has the best red carpet look. She pulls out the most unique just pieces. She always has the nails that match as well. What has been your favorite, and what are you loving just about what we can see right now from the limo cam?
Oh my gosh, so what I can see right now, I think she's doing the suit look for this evening, which we just talked about. We've seen a lot of on the carpet, but Cynthia is such, a fun fashion innovator. She wears so many cool things. Obviously, the Wicked Press Tour was really just the world's best fashion press tour between her and Ariana of all time. It was so entertaining, so fun to watch. We talked about Louis Vuitton a little bit earlier. She also just wore Louis Vuitton at the Golden Globes, so we know that she is a fan of LV. It will be interesting to see what she has on tonight. But yes, when I talked to her earlier I'd say this month, but in January, at the National Board of Review here in New York, we were talking about her OPI nails. Her nails are, I think she said they took 5 hours. It's pretty crazy how long it is to do a full makeup look, your outfit, and then you're sitting and doing your nails. And we asked her, well, what are you doing during that time? And she said, everything. I'm checking my emails, I'm on my phone. She was like, I could do everything in these nails, which is amazing. So yeah, it's going to be really awesome to see her full look. And I love when people do the deconstructed suit look, and the tie is also something. We're seeing a lot of ties. Ties were really popular on the runways, and so we think that's going to be another big accessory and fashion addition for not only award season, but just within this fashion season. So yeah, I can't wait to see her full look. I also hope Ariana is here. I mean, she's nominated tonight, and I love Ariana's looks as well. So yeah, I'm hoping for another chance to celebrate their wicked, amazing fashion on the red carpet together.
I'm so used to seeing them together. I'm like, if I see one, I'm looking for the
Right,
other
immediately.
And we
holding
had
space for them.
They're holding space for them.
Always
I love
holding
that.
space for them
And we
on the
also
red
had,
carpet.
I think it was.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I know we have a lot of green this year. I know that's not been a big
Yeah.
night for on the carpet,
Krista
but
has the green.
but I
Krista
did.
has the green.
I was trying to go for brat green with the nails, and
Oh,
they were out of
yeah.
it. So it's like more wicked
Well,
green.
There you go. There
black,
you go.
green, and black.
Okay, paying homage.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan.
Once again, we would be lost without Morgan on the fashion.
I know.
am
Yeah,
so
she's
thankful.
really holding it down.
And I am excited as well just to see Cynthia.
okay.
And you know what, y'all? One of my dreams might be coming true in a second. Just chatting with potentially Doechii.
Okay.
So if you see me lose my cool for a second.
Leslie's been really
Please don't
excited for
judge me.
Doechii for the past few days.
I
so
have.
we're.
I mean, for my life. No, just kidding. For the last few years.
We've been
the
hearing
last few
about it for
years,
the past
yes.
couple days.
They
yes.
have heard it for the last few days.
Yeah.
Listen, you're getting your moments. I'm getting mine.
Yeah,
Gary's
I know.
getting his.
Gary's getting
We're all
his.
getting those beautiful times that we
Yes.
get to talk about after this show.
Totally.
And again, thank you to everyone who's just been sticking around with us for this long. I know you all have your own party in the chat, talking amongst each other. I know a lot of people are looking forward to seeing Anita here.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's
Oh,
walked
man.
yet. I might have missed her. So
Yeah.
please let us know if you saw her walking earlier, if we still need to keep an eye out for her as well. But, it's so beautiful just to see, Julia Michaels was saying, just the amount of women that are
Yeah.
nominated in big categories,
Yeah.
no longer in the smaller categories. I can't wait to see even more progress take place within the music industry,
Yeah.
where we'll see people of various cultures,
Yeah.
various backgrounds also get that recognition moving forward as well, you know?
Yeah.
It's going to be a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, it's been great.
But I guess we'll find out. TBD. Let's let the Grammys continue to progress forward and forward.
Exactly.
And there's also questions that you all want us to ask. Some of your favorites. We're still going to be here for quite some time. So
Yeah.
drop those in the chat as well. We do have people who are watching them, writing them down, and then relaying that over to us. We want to make sure this is a collaborative experience with all of y'all. So we really, really appreciate it. And I know Gary asked you earlier, Crystal, but how does it feel so far being here?
It's been fun. I mean, it's been a great, it's just it's so much energy, so many different people coming throughout the carpet, and just like different eras, different people of different genres, and it's just been really so fun. And we're getting ready for Leslie's.
Hello.
All right, I like this mic.
Look at you.
You look amazing.
Amazing. You have had an amazing career, but amazing last year. Just what has it been like, seeing that fan base increase and extend on an even more global scale, especially after that NPR Tiny Desk?
It's been really cool seeing people gravitate towards my quirky stories about my life. I couldn't have never predicted that. So it's really cool. Yeah.
And just you had Issa Rae come on with one of your songs as well. Can you talk about how that collaboration came together?
One of my close team members, she was like, maybe Issa should do this. It reminds me of when Issa's rapping in the mirror. And I was like, I think that would be cool. And we just called her and she was with it, like immediately. It was really cool.
Oh my goodness. And my last question for you, that Kendrick sign-off. Yeah. Tell me, how does it feel? And then, what are you looking forward to of being with him, here at the awards tonight?
Amazing. Kendrick is literally one of the greatest rappers alive. And so that co-sign meant everything to me. And I'm very excited. And hopefully I see him tonight.
Hopefully. Thank you so much, Doechii. Congratulations. Thank you. Doechii, I love her.
How are you doing,
so
Leslie?
Talented.
Are you okay?
I'm doing okay. She's amazing. I think one thing that's great, and outside of just the talent that she has as a rapper, we've talked to her on quite a few carpets now, and every time Doechii takes the time to chat with us, talk about new music, talk about new trends that are coming up. So, she's put in the work, she's put in the years of. She looks amazing. The fashion, oh my God. Are you able to kind of take a look at her dress? Tell us, what she's wearing or what trend it goes on to. We're actually going to toss to Morgan in a little bit. But look at Cardi looking fabulous. She has had a lot of change happening in her life, being very vocal on social media as well. She's really let fans in. I'm curious to see if a lot of what has happened recently will inspire a new album and what songs will come out of that as well.
No, I think you're right. The one thing Cardi is she's not quiet.
Mm-hmm.
She always speaks her mind. I think that adds to her authenticity and why so many fans love her. Because, not many celebrities of her stature and that have the following she has will just get on Instagram Live at random times and just speak for 30 minutes, an hour and a half, just pouring out her life. And I think that's why, fans have such a connection with her. So I'm anxious, number one, just to hear a new album, because it's been a while. But to see how these huge life changes will impact the art that she makes.
I know fans are pulling for her to use a song from an artist named La India and kind of meshing in a little bit more of those, those Latin roots into her music. She's done it in the past, but in terms of just her solo stuff versus, a collaboration.
Right. No, I mean, one thing that we know is that, anything Cardi touches tends to do very, 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 very well. So we know that if she does have, whether it's a song like that or another collaboration, we know that it's going to be very well done.
Oh, yeah. We'll be hearing it at parties for centuries and centuries to come. I won't be here to hear them, but
you took the words
I'm sure they will
be here. I'm glad you must have the secret.
I found the fountain of youth, Gary.
Yeah. Oh, now we're looking at Olivia Rodrigo arriving.
Let's take a look. There she is, Olivia.
Looking stunning.
We got to chat with her producer earlier.
We did, yeah.
I remember watching, I forgot if it was online or a documentary,
it wasn't the most recent documentary she just released, but seeing that process she had with Daniel and how they sat together and collaborated. And I think it was, oh my gosh, I think it was Good For You, I believe was the song where they were like, I don't know if we're done with the album, I don't know if we're done with the album. Had the inspiration, did it all in like one night. I could be wrong, so please Olivia Rodrigo fans correct me, but did it in you know, one night, and boom, that became one of those big singles off that album.
Wow. Yeah, and I'm also, you know, we were talking about it with her producer, the fact that he can create hits for Olivia, hits, or collaborate on hits with Chappell.
Yeah.
It's very cool, you know, and it says a lot about him and his particular genius.
And just the diversity he brings to music.
Yeah.
And hello to, you know, we have one of our first responders here today.
The fire chief, a very, we always say we have special guests, but I think, no, we truly are honored to have a true special guest, sir. So thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you for having us. I mean, my thanks go out to the music industry for including so many of my men and women from my fire department, 5,000 strong, to come and recognize us and give us a moment of healing is just absolutely amazing.
And we know that recently 100% of the fires have been contained.
Absolutely 100% contained. But you know what? The fight isn't over, because now we're going to be standing alongside the residents and the communities that lost so much during these tragedies, and we're going to recover, and we're going to rebuild, and we're not going to leave them until the job is done. You know, LA strong. We are in it for the long haul.
And can you talk about just what it was like seeing that unity of people coming together, you know, sending donations, meals to first responders, people jumping in to help neighbors put out the last of their fires as well. What did it mean to you to see that?
Well, it means so much to me as the fire chief of the LA County Fire Department, but I really want to highlight Music Cares Fire Relief, a great organization to donate to, because you know those dollars are going to go to the residents and communities that need help right now. It doesn't surprise me, but it's always so gratifying to see it happen spontaneously. And this is Los Angeles, the home of the music industry, the home of the film industry. We're an amazing city. We're stronger together.
You know, I think lastly, we all know that people have short memories. And so now that the fires are over, particularly if you don't live in this area, you've probably gone on with the rest of your life already. But a lot of these residents will need help for months or years to come. So can you just talk about how the world should make sure they're not forgotten as time goes on?
Well, you have my pledge as their fire chief to be there with them every step of the way. And our number one focus right now is recovery and rebuilding. And we're not going to leave them behind. We're going to make sure it gets done. Our chair of our Board of Supervisors has made it her priority, Catherine Barger, to make sure that we're there for them.
Well, what would be your pledge to the rest of the world outside of Los Angeles?
Take care of the community you live in. Disaster's always just a moment away. You have to, it's the humanity that makes us the loving people that we truly are when you come together and you help your fellow person who needs a hand up. And we've been doing that our whole careers. Firefighting is a calling. It's not a job. It's not a career. We had firefighters on the line who lost their homes that were out there protecting and serving others, because life is the most precious gift that we all have.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We appreciate your time.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Thank you.
And you know, I don't want to make this personal. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. We've had people on our staff who have lost our homes. Yeah. Ryan Pearson, who's bravely here working today, lost everything. We have Chris Bozzello, who is displaced because of fire. So we know people that have been affected. Yeah. So we just want to say thank you on behalf of them
welcome.
As well.
It's our pleasure. It's our honor. It's our job to do this.
Thank you so much.
Thank
we
you.
Appreciate the time.
Okay. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maroney. And while we have him, you know, and I want to give a shout out to Ryan, who's working today, Chris, who's working today. And while we have, you know, Music Cares, Fire Relief, and we have donations pouring in, a lot of people still need help. And so, you know, if you are watching right now, if you go to my Instagram page, my Instagram stories, I have the GoFundMes for Ryan up right now and Chris up right now, who is displaced. So if everybody watching this just gave $5, they could begin to rebuild their lives. And again, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. But Ryan means so much to us. Chris, who still fortunately has his house but can't get in it because of the devastation that has taken place in his neighborhood, they do need help. And so if everybody can just go to my Instagram page, @GaryG Hamilton, go to my stories, and there are links to Ryan's GoFundMe as well as Chris's GoFundMe. So,
thank you so much, Gary, for sharing that. And I think, this is something that's going to be, a long time coming.
Yeah.
Like Chief was saying, it's going to be months of rebuilding, months of recovering things.
If
and
not
so
longer.
That's why, events like this are needed to bring in those relief efforts as well. I chatted with a lot of artists, visual artists, musicians who lost everything. And so it's not just a quick process.
It's affected so many people.
It has,
and you could speak better to it because you're here, but even living in New York, we see, I know people affected or friends of friends that have been affected. It's really touched so many people.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful to see the community come together.
Shout out to Ryan and Chris. We're so happy that they're here today with us.
Mm-hmm. So, and the night continues, you all. We are, I think 30 minutes out from the end of
Already?
this carpet. It's gone by fast. It's gone by very quickly. Your feet
I'm not
feel
wearing
it?
heels, but I'm starting to feel it.
I wore a smaller heel this year because the last few years, you all, I was dying. I said, someone give me an Oscar because my feet are numb. My feet are numb.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And Cardi B just walking through, looking fabulous. We see her over here. She's unfortunately gone to the next outlet, so we will not be chatting with Cardi, but we're going to try. We're going to try. I hope so. I need to know if that new album is around the corner soon. I don't think she'll tell us. Or maybe we'll get that exclusive.
You never know, Cardi. You never know.
We might get the exclusive here. Who knows? Who knows? But I'd be looking forward to that as well. And earlier we were talking album of the year, best new artist, song of the year. Another great category where we see Not Like Us. You were talking about Mustard earlier. Kendrick. I mean, that song carried us. Talk about LA unity. That definitely became that was world global unity. I'm sorry, Drake. Global unity through and through. But for song of the year, we have artists like Shabuzi, Billie Eilish, Bruno Mars, Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift and Post Malone, Chappell Roan, Sabrina Carpenter, Beyonce,
Texas Hold'em.
It's been
Beyonce
great.
just also announced her tour.
She did.
The Cowboy Carter tour.
Will you be going?
I mean, I'm a Houstonian, so I have to go support Beyonce. It's my duty.
There you go. You got the cowboy look ready?
We have.
Or is that a part of being from Houston?
Thing. It is a Houston thing. We have Go Texan Day in Houston. The rodeo is coming up actually this month. So maybe I'll go home and go to the rodeo. Okay. Concerts and lots of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the best things about Houston.
That'd be actually really cool if she mixed in a rodeo with Cowboy Carter and kind of brought those worlds together. We saw it a little bit on that Netflix special, so
we did, yeah.
Possibly. I'd look forward to that. And here's Olivia Rodrigo, and now we can see the full outfit from when we saw the limo cam. Morgan, tell us a little bit about what Olivia's got on, who she's wearing, and she's fitting into that trend that we saw of the all-black look.
Yeah, so we have an all-black cutout look here. This look actually takes me back to what you kind of see classically at the Grammys with just the way, the shaping, and then the cutout. It's very sexy, but it's also glamorous. And she always keeps her hair really simple on red carpets, and it just always kind of flows and just goes with her. It's really effortless, and I think she looks really, really beautiful. I mean, obviously, we were looking to see a little bit more color this year, but we love this black look. This is probably one of the best black looks of the night.
Thank you so much, Morgan. And you know what? We have a legend, an icon right in front of us right now.
So
hello. It's all truth. It's all
true.
truth. Tell me, how does it feel seeing just we were talking earlier about just the progression of the Grammys in terms of allowing artists to step outside of genres, recognizing that and kind of leading more towards experimental works of art that are being recognized?
Well, I, for one, as a fellow artist, have been an advocate for genreless leaps and bounds, one thing being derivative of the other. being a culmination of core, you know what I'm saying, like, and creative energy, expression, and expansion. So these things are important as fundamental practices, and I'm glad that the institution is now acknowledging the alternative means of, getting to that point of realization. And so, yes, I feel like I've fought on behalf of those civil rights, if you will. So yeah, I feel great about it.
You were one of the front runners. I'm a Goody Mob kid.
Oh, well.
Who then transferred to Gnarls Barkley and Crazy, which was totally a different sound.
Exactly.
You have never been boxed in. So where did you get that confidence to try new things? Because especially in hip hop, that wasn't necessarily embraced.
Well, it's easy to be an individual because you really don't have a choice. So all you can do is embrace that quintessentialness, that exclusivity, that individuality, make sense of the jigsaw puzzle, put those little pieces of yourself together for the bigger picture. And that's what it's all about. But it's a process, you know what I mean? But you have to take pride in the process and be shameless about it, be yourself on purpose. That's what style is all about. And speaking of very stylish, my lovely woman, Shawnee, it looks really beautiful tonight. My son, Kingston, you understand that this is a family thing, you know what I mean?
I love it.
So, I just want to acknowledge these wonderful people next to me.
And tell us about, just the looks that you all have today, the cohesion. Where did the inspiration come from?
Would you like to talk about our inspiration, darling, please?
Last year we did gold. We were literally solid gold, head to toe. And this year we decided to go with black, but we wanted to do it not just in a simple black, but we wanted to do Renaissance style. So something that's excellent, something that's black, but something that's still Renaissance. So that's us.
Timelessness.
Timeless
Not trend,
royalty.
but timeless.
There we go.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you all so much for
Thank you guys for having us for just a moment. May the best group, solo artists, country, rock, jazz, instrumental, everybody. We're all winners here tonight. We love music. We support music. That's why we're here. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. The one and only CeeLo Green.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate you
no,
so
thank
much.
you.
And I mean, the fits, the looks, every time. CeeLo's always going to have a theme going.
Always. I mean, he's so creative. And again, that's one of the beautiful things about the Grammys is that we're seeing all of this creativity in one place. You might have a Doechii run into a CeeLo, who then runs into a, either any creative artist. I think that's one of the best things about this award show.
And it's cool to see just the storytelling behind a lot of the looks as well. And I know Morgan was sharing us earlier what Olivia was wearing. Morgan, tell us, now what you're seeing just on the fashion cam and how these looks continue to follow those trends you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so we're looking at some more sheer beaded. I'm loving the feathers that are kind of coming in tonight. I mean, Chappell had the feather headdress on. I think it was Muni Long who had the feather boa, which also kind of goes with the sleeves. So yeah, I'm enjoying seeing the accessories there. We have some more black, but I love this. She's giving drama with this outfit. And this is like the elevated shoulders and also kind of like the high-low look, which we love. And oh my gosh, another white suit. Okay, I love the white suits. Noah Khan had on the all-white suit earlier with the black shoes, and we're seeing it again. So this is, and I think that's very sleek, and I love the sunglasses on the red carpet. I know Miley Cyrus did that at the Golden Globes, and we just saw her briefly also in black tonight. So it's always so fun. The cool girl sunglass vibe is great. And we have Coco Jones here in cutouts, which goes back to what we were talking about with Olivia Rodrigo. The cutouts is a very classic Grammy look, thanks to J-Lo's iconic Versace glass Grammy look. It's just, it's always on the Grammys red carpet, and I love that this like burnt red color, because we're not totally blending in with the carpet, but we're still a little offset. But she looks very cute. I love that her hair matches. Again, having your hair, your nails, the makeup really brings together a full look. And so I think Coco looks amazing here. And I just can't wait to see what more people are wearing as we kind of end the red carpet for tonight later. But you know, it's definitely been a nice range of things, from cutouts and feathers to all black, and of course going back to sequins here. You know, sequins, glitter, it's always a Grammy staple, right? So yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot now. It's definitely getting a lot more interesting. I think in the beginning we were a little like, all right, there's a lot of black here, but you know, we're finally departing from that, and it's going to be, can't wait to see what else we're seeing.
Thank you so much, Morgan.
And it looks like we have Miley Cyrus, who is walking right by us. And she is dressed in leather and looking very, very, very pretty. Yeah, and Lainey Wilson.
It's interesting how these artists now are walking around with ASL people. Like that's a new thing. It's a thing now, right? Really? Tapping into new viewers, I guess.
So Cardi B just arrived. She's wearing custom Roberto Cavalli. Looks stunning. I mean, this is, I think, the first real gold look we're seeing tonight, which is, it's honestly, I love everything about this. And Cardi is known for going, obviously, very over the top. She famously had the Mugler kind of shell look at her past Grammys, and so this is. Honestly, this is actually maybe kind of understated for her, but it's not understated at all. You have a completely feathered train. I'm actually going to call out feathers now as being one of the trends of the night, because we've seen it on Sabrina, we've seen it on Chappell, and I mean, yeah, it's a feathered sequin gown, so there's nothing like subtle about this, but she has it minimally styled, and her hair is also perfect. It's very old Hollywood glam. I love that she's giving this old Hollywood glam vibe with the long nails as well. But yeah, this is like very, I love glam Cardi. I mean, she looks fantastic. It looks like it's hard to walk in, but it looks, I mean, she's really slaying the photos. And I think she's just enjoying herself in it because she looks like she's really posing, and yeah, she looks really, really amazing. And I think that this is just a really like a different look. I mean, but yeah, dare we say it's demure Cardi, because for anybody else it's definitely not. But like she looks a lot softer, and I think it's great. And if you can look soft in sequins, you know, that's awesome. So yeah, I love this look. I think this might be one of my favorites of the night.
I love the look.
Thank
you.
you.
Look amazing. You know, one of the great things that I really admire about the work that you've done throughout your career is speaking out in favor of artists taking time for their mental health. Can you talk about just what that has meant to you to have that platform, and just to also see the way it's impacted not just fans but also your peers as well?
Yeah, well, you know, music has a big power, you know, of make people get attention from what we said, right? The music is just, it's not the end, it's the way you can connect with people in different ways, and that's why mental health to me is really important. You know, I'm open about talking about anxiety, depression, and everything, because, you know, people see artists like they're superstars and they're not in this world, but we are, you know, and I'm always open to talk that I'm a human, I'm vulnerable, and that's how I connect with the people and letting them know that they're not alone. And right now, more with this situation with the immigrants and Latinos, you know, just sending them a lot of love and strength for the situation and their mental health.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's seeing just the music industry come together tonight as well, just supporting the wildfires, you know, outside of the work that you're doing with mental health as well. Is there another, you know, cause or something that you'd like to shine a light on today, given, you know, just with the platform that you have?
Well, right now I'm really, really, once again, concerned about our people, you know, in the immigrant situation. You know, not every immigrant, it's a bad person. They're not, you know, and it doesn't mean that they're, you know, doing a felony or something like that. So I used to be illegal when I was like 10 years ago, painting houses here in the States. And I know how it feels. Then I came back, and then I, you know, worked hard with music, and then he opens the door again for me to be in this country. But I know how it feels to be in the other side of the world. So it's really painful.
Thank you so much, J Balvin, just for sharing that and using this time to shine the light. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure
talking.
Thank you. And congratulations on being here tonight. Thank you.
That suit is fire. That is fire.
Thank you so much. Gracias.
Yes.
J Balvin in the house. I love that he's, you know, does work not only through his music but also for many social causes as well. We have Will Smith on the fashion cam here. We saw Willow and Jaden earlier. Hello, how are you? Let me have you hold this. The gold nails, all looking fab. Coming off, releasing your album, going on tour. Tell me, what does it feel like?
And just winning.
How does it feel, you know, seeing all this acclaim for a project that you've put so much heart and so much soul into?
I'm really happy, number one, but especially for the people that worked on the song and the album. I'm just really happy that they also feel like they've been acknowledged through that. And my mom's here, and I'm just, this is like her birthday present. Tomorrow's her birthday, so I'm just really excited for her and us. Yeah.
Oh, I love that you got to share that moment with her.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that is
yeah.
beautiful.
What's it been like for you? And obviously, we look at Afro beats, we look at songs coming from and music coming from the continent throughout the last year and a half or so. What's it like being one of the faces of the movement and people looking really to you for direction and almost steering the ship?
I feel blessed, and I feel like as much as I think, I have something and I'm talented and I have all these gifts, there's so many talented African young artists in Africa that are going to come out and even do more than me. And I feel like it's some kind of crazy, weird blessing to be someone that inspires someone that is looking at me right now and thinking I could do that too. And that makes me feel like I have some kind of purpose or mission,
Well, then lastly, quickly, I know you're very conscious of the art you put out, even conscious of like the way you dress in a studio and things like that. And I appreciate how conscious and intentional you are. Can you just talk about why you're so intentional?
Human beings are human beings. And I don't judge, I just kind of adjust, and I just always have a goal in my mind and make sure I achieve that goal no matter, regardless of anybody else. So with regarding to the studio, it's what it is, and I have to do what I have to do, and that's it. I don't have time to think too much about why it's happening, because I can't alone as one person change it. But in that moment, I can do something about it to help the situation, And I think it's really case-by-case basis, but I'm doing my best.
I appreciate your music. I appreciate you. I'm so glad we got a chance to
Thank
talk.
you. I appreciate
and congratulations
you guys.
again.
Thank you so
Of
much.
course.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you so much.
Ooh, Thames. I got to see her live
Did
recently
you?
in October.
Her voice is so beautiful.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It
I
is
love Thames.
transcendent completely. Just hearing her voice, hearing the angelic notes that come out of her mouth.
And
the
even just
melodies,
like her
yes.
presence right now I think that's a great word, angelic.
Yeah.
You feel a little lighter after talking to her.
Oh, I love Thames. I'm excited that we got to chat with her. Amazing with the gold here. Now, you have done a lot of beautiful work just in terms of giving back to LA residents during the wildfire. I know that you also, lost a home as well. What has this time been like for you? And what gave you that courage to say, I want to jump in and help others out as well?
It's been such a scary and heartbreaking, devastating time. And when it happened, I was just in such shock. But I told my husband right away, we need to do whatever we can to support people. People have lost everything, their animals, their family members, their homes. It's just been so heartbreaking, but it's been really incredible to see so many people coming together and supporting each other and helping each other out. And I think that's been really beautiful to see.
It's been amazing just to watch that immediate unity within LA. I was like, everyone says we're superficial here, but we're showcasing the other side.
It's funny you say that, not to cut you off. I actually talked to you and Nicole a few weeks ago for the show during the junket, and we kind of were laughing about the fakeness of LA at the time, and obviously the fires hadn't happened yet. But from your perspective, being born and raised here, what's it like seeing the whole LA area kind of come together and be there for one another?
It's just been, that's the silver lining in all of this. It's just been like something out of a horror film. It just like was unreal that what was happening, and just to see how strong and resilient this town is as well, and just to see everyone lifting each other up, everyone supporting each other, and I think that really shows just how special this place is.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing with us as well.
And thank you for all you do. I know you do a lot of humanitarian work that you don't always get credit for, but you have a great heart, so thanks for all that you do.
Thank you. And have
I
fun
hope it
tonight
inspires
as well.
others to do the same.
Thank you, Paris.
It already has. Thank you, Paris.
And enjoy the night. It's still a fun night. Enjoy the night.
You look fabulous in the gold. Fully enjoy, you know. Thank you, love. Thank you.
Paris Hilton, that's pretty cool.
I love Paris Hilton.
And people forget, the trendsetter. We see Taylor Swift walking
Taylor
along.
Swift coming
We see
on by,
Taylor.
rocking that red, that Chiefs red.
Yeah, Taylor Swift in all red. And there is literally a mob that is following her. So now all we need is Beyonce, right?
Beyonce needs
All
to
we need
walk
is
on
Beyonce.
by, and it will be set.
That is awesome.
Oh man, we got quite a few names tonight, Gary.
Hey,
Every time, legend after legend after legend.
Wait, we. Question, question.
And look who we have
How are
here.
you? I haven't seen you in so
Miss
long.
Cynthia Erivo.
So
Hi,
good to see
beautiful.
you. I know. I'm so happy to see
Cynthia,
you.
let's have you step back just a little bit over here.
And of course, we will make this quick because you are such an in-demand woman. But just tell us what this year has been like for you. I think the last time I talked to you was for your album. And so much has happened since then.
This is it. I mean, and we have another album coming. So it's like, this has been the wildest, most amazing, most incredible journey anyone could ever ask for, let alone me. So I feel really grateful, but I feel grounded. And I just want to try and be present for every moment that happens. Yeah.
How are you making sure you stay present?
Because good people, and also just reminding myself, because it could go away at any second. And so I think if I keep reminding myself that's the thing, I can be present in each moment. Yeah. I can still be like the kid who was excited, I used to watch the Grammys and now I'm here and I get to sing on the stage. I used to watch the Oscars and now I'm on the stage, to remind myself that the little girl is still present in all of this, so she still gets to enjoy it and I get to enjoy it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Cynthia,
so much.
and
It's
congratulations on
Thank you.
everything.
You too. Thank you for asking that question.
No, I mean, thank you for always being so sweet. You are one of the most sweetest people that I've met. I know this industry comes with a lot, but you've always remained the same. So thank you for stopping.
Thank you.
You didn't have to stop, but
No,
you
but
stopped.
I want to.
Thank you so
It's been
much.
a long time and I wanted
It's
to
been
say
a long
hello.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, congrats
Have
again.
a good night.
You too.
Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
For you. And the nails, fabulous. Every time. Every time. Thank you, love. Oh, I love Cynthia. She's so sweet. She has
Cynthia's
the killer outfits every
she's
time.
wonderful. Yeah.
And I love just how heartfelt her answers always are.
Yeah.
When I spoke to her on the Wicked Junket, you've spoken to her quite a few times now. It's never a throwaway answer from
It's
her.
never a throwaway
something
answer.
thoughtful. It's something that leaves you, wanting more and wanting more conversation with her, sparking conversation with others about that interview.
And I can imagine how tough it is because so much attention is surrounded Wicked, so much, fanfare. But as you can see, she's being intentional about staying grounded and not getting swept up into everything celebrity can be.
Yeah. No, she is amazing. I mean, potential EGOT soon. We'll see what happens soon. And look, Taylor Swift, as we said earlier, we saw her walking in. She's arrived. She's here on the fashion cam for all of us to see. She's got that Chiefs red on. I wonder, do you think Travis Kelce somewhere nearby?
Yeah, well, that scream was for Cynthia, though. She was just singing next to us.
She was doing the defying gravity.
I don't know if Travis has an important game to.
That is true. That is true.
to prepare for. I don't know if he's at the Grammys.
He said, I can't fly down to the Grammys
yeah,
right
you better
now.
be working on catching those passes and running the right routes.
Super Bowl. Football fans at home said, I'm sorry, he's where? Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. We don't see him here. We don't see him here.
No, Morgan, we are seeing Taylor sparkle in red. Can you just talk about her outfit? She's looking beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, this is one of Taylor's already best award show looks, like ever, maybe. It looks like Versace. I love the corset and I love the draping, and it's also looks like chainmail. It's very beautiful. And one thing that we were just trying to decipher, it looks like there is a dangling little T hanging from the split of the dress. And of course, everyone's wondering, is the T for Taylor? Is it for Travis? I'm gonna say it's for Travis because I think we're making a statement here in Chiefs red. And honestly, red is not really a color Taylor wears on the red carpet. She's, in the past, she's worn black and white, navy, red is normally a very bold choice on the carpet. So I think this is, she's making two statements here. She's supporting the Chiefs, she's supporting Travis, and she might also be saying, like, I'm coming in hot because I might be winning some things tonight. So, And then, of course, she pairs it with the iconic red lip that is very consistent to pretty much all her outfits. So, yeah, I think she looks great. I'm normally not like the biggest fan of her red carpet, but like this is a stunning red carpet look, and kind of similar to Cardi B. It's very minimally styled, and I feel like when you have a very strong dress, you don't have to overstyle it, and the hair is really simple. The lip is really, that's all you need. And I think she looks really great tonight. Yeah. What do you guys think?
I think, she's beautiful. I think she sparkles. I agree with you. It's a look that we haven't seen before, but, I also wonder if maybe this is Tara obviously has all of her eras, no pun intended, and, is she moving into possibly a new era? I mean, she's definitely, looking very, very, very stunning in the red. Oh, and look, we have Shabuzi on the fashion cam right now posing. Obviously, Tipsy, a bar song, is one of the biggest songs in music this past year. He was also nominated for CMA Awards, didn't bring home any, but I wonder if that'll change tonight with the Grammys.
We'll find out soon. I'm loving the gray look that he's got going on. Like if we head on over to the limo cam, Lady Gaga's just shown up here to the red carpet. She's walked straight on in. We'll probably see her soon walking in through the background here.
shit. We just saw Alicia Keys walk by. We saw Busta Rhymes walk by. We've seen Glorilla. And so for those of you at home that are wondering, the carpet is about to close soon as we get, we march upon showtime. So we are just watching all of these huge celebrities walk by. They're rushing to get their pictures taken before they have to be in their seats for the actual awards show. But I think it's actually pretty cool. We just saw Alicia Keys look like she wanted to stop, but knows that if she does stop, she may not make it into the arena. So we definitely understand. But this is
in as quickly as possible.
This is the best kind of people watching that there can be.
Truly, you see everyone just moving on in along, getting ready for that ceremony. So who's going to be honored tonight? Who's going to win?
And it looks
Gaga
like we
right here
just
walking past
Lady
us.
Gaga,
We
yeah.
saw her at the limo cam. I said we're going to see her again. Just wait, just wait. Will Beyonce walk by? That is what we're waiting for.
I mean, that's one of the things of being on the carpet. You hear these loud swells or screams, or you'll start to see a lot of shuffling going on. That pretty much means that an A-lister is on their way. And so if you see us turn our heads, if there's a loud scream, I guess, the only loud scream left is Beyonce. So
We'll see what happens there.
yeah, Beyonce obviously up for album of the year.
Victoria Monet and Lotto right behind us over here.
They do.
Sharing a nice moment, walking in. They look fabulous.
They do.
We love it. This is amazing to see them all here.
This is awesome.
Yeah, no, I love seeing just the amount of talent that crosses past us. It is truly beautiful. It's been an honor already just to be able to speak to so many people, to then see them right before they're about to potentially win their big awards is an extra little moment of
Exactly.
a spice. I
like
don't know.
that. I
It's
like
been a long
spice.
time. I'm losing my train of thought.
Yeah, and you never know what type of collaborations or future music will come out of these chance meetings. We just saw, as you mentioned, Lotto and Victoria Monet. If we see a feature on one of their albums,
We know it might
then
have started here.
we know that it may have started here, and that's beautiful.
No, it'll be cool to see. And I know, and look what we have over here on
Oh,
the
look at fashion. Yeah, look at that
I
dress.
love this look.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is beautiful. We need to zoom in a little bit more for us to see that detail on here. But for those of you at home who can see this, it's a stunning look going
Yeah, and I love the color. We were talking about how there's a lot of black. I love that dress had lots of pops of color.
Yes, and that sheer element as well that Morgan was talking about
Exactly.
earlier. And Gaga has made it to the fashion cam. Morgan, tell us about Gaga's look and just even the hair, all of the above. She's really
Oh my
pulled
gosh.
it together.
Yes. Well, this is the drama. I think that, she's bringing all of it with the voluminous bustle. I've seen on social everyone saying that she's in like her kind of gothic era, and knowing that she and Beyonce are friends, it's giving me almost like Beyonce, like Lemonade with her kind of southern gothic look. Like I love it, and the hair is also really cool too. And I saw earlier Miley Cyrus has the pretty much exact same haircut with like the longer face framing bangs and then the straight bangs in the front. So that's an interesting hair trend for tonight for sure. But yes, I'm loving this. I miss Gaga on carpets, and I'm really loving to see her tonight. I think the top of the dress is leather, and I think the bottom of it looks like a very heavy organza or taffeta. Yes, it's great. And she has on her infamous very sky-high heels and knee highs with that, which is fun. I think it's so, I love it. I think this is actually kind of understated Gaga from what we're used to, but I'm glad to see her back on carpets, and this is like, I'm excited to see what she is going to do later for her performance as well, because she's going to change.
Amazing. I love the suit. So
Put
nice.
something together.
We love it. We
But
love
you always
it.
putting something. You know what you did? You know what you did? You went into Ghost's closet.
You know,
picked out the
he couldn't wear this. Ghost could never wear this, bro. Way too flashy. Tommy would have issues with me wearing this.
You are one of my favorite people to talk to. You are such a joy and such an inspirational person.
Very humble.
No, I mean it's true.
I said it before the interview began. I said you're one of my favorite people.
But I think that
A real
you know,
journalist, man. I really appreciate you.
I know, I appreciate you. But I mean, first off, you told me years ago that you would be here. You told me years ago that you would put out an album, and I think even at that point, nothing was solidified, but you said, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. So what's it like finally putting out music and having it be so well received?
Unbelievable. All of the countless hours of listening to Marvin and Nina Simone and LL on into Tupac and NWA at moments, back over to George Benson and Stevie Wonder. Like it's a real joyous moment in my life, but then me trying my hand at music and then learning I was pretty good was one thing. Then being told by your peers in the academy and even to you, nah, you're not pretty good, you got some stuff. That's a whole nother level of a pinch me moment. So for the academy to go, you're worthy, and we're gonna nominate you for the first studio album I put out, no less. And this is the art form in which I don't put food on the table doing, beyond humbling, man. Crazy.
Does that make you
Crazy.
almost want to fully pivot more towards music?
But I've done like 430 songs, so it was already a pivot.
Mhm.
It's just now me
But
needing to put it out.
continuing the pivot, yeah. I love it. I love it.
I mean, you're such a renaissance man, and we don't say that lightly. And I know that a lot of former athletes, as you're a former professional athlete, have started to use you as the blueprint. So just talk about inspiring athletes to say, you know what, I don't have to stay on the field or in the gym or on the box. I can go to theater. I can be in the studio. I can be on film sets.
It's a great question. I think I shouldn't say that, you know me. I'm confident in knowing that God wanted me to make rooms small, to make the world small. And I think about the chants of Africans chanting Boomaye for Ali. And it was not just that of being a great boxer, it was simply a stage for him to galvanize all communities. And I feel like I've done that, and I'm very proud that I've been able to do that for athletes, Saquon included, about to approach the Super Bowl. And Saquon has expressed his penchant for acting. And Steven Jackson, after all the smoke interview, said to me, I really want to jump into the world of acting. So it's an amazing thing that they would even say it to me and be brazen enough to, but to believe that I can be a conduit of sorts. Like that must be one of the gifts that God gave me to make the world smaller and make the culture a lot smaller and less judgmental of each other trying stuff. That's big for me. If O can do it, ... I guess I can do it too. That's big.
I said the same thing. If O can do it, maybe I can do
Yeah,
something.
player.
Man, it's always so good to see
Always
you.
good
Such
to
a
see you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, AP.
Of course. Thank you, man.
You keep rocking, bro.
No,
Really
I
proud of your
appreciate
voice.
everything that you said.
Proud of your voice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
The Omari Hardwick, I mean, he's so inspirational. And sometimes I laugh because when we're doing interviews, he really starts speaking life. And he's like,
You're like, "Let me
you
jot
can
some
do
notes
this,
down."
you can do that. Yeah, so it's good talking with him.
I love him. I love it. We have Victoria Monet over here. So, or you want to start and I'll just start?
All right, guys, they're just about closing up the carpet and kicking us off, but we want to thank you. But first I wanted to say that I'm really sorry about interrupting Babyface earlier. Chappell Roan had come up, and there was a lot of commotion, as there is on these carpets, but I'm a big Babyface fan, and as are we all, and so I just wanted to say that I really apologize. But thank you so much for having me, you guys. It's been great.
You've been
Thank you so much, Krista.
Yeah.
It's been great having you on here. And one thing. Oh, as I pull the mic up, as I was
So
going to say,
excited,
on
Leslie.
these carpets,
wild things sometimes happen that are out of our control. We've got, you know, directors in our ears telling us to wrap it up. Oftentimes we want to continue those conversations. I really still want to hear Babyface's answer about women in R&B progressing. You know,
And
we
that-
talked
and
to
that
him
does
last
happen,
year
yeah.
about it, and he had beautiful responses to it. Looking forward to interviewing him in the future. He is also, again, one of my favorites. Created a lot of great music
A
for
lot
some
of
of
our
my
hits,
favorite
yeah.
artists as well. A true legend. It's unfortunate that I was involved, a part of that. I should have done more to stop it, but it is. I'm very happy that he stopped to talk to us in the first place.
And also, you know, and it was unfortunate, but also these things happen. A lot of times we're not having live shows, so, you know, I don't want to say it's infrequent, but it does happen sometimes. And there's so much craziness on the carpet that sometimes, you know, things happen. But we love Babyface, we love Krista, we love our little trio that we've had today, and we've loved talking to you guys. It's been one of my most fun times of the year, and so I'm thankful to be here another year.
Thank you all so much. This was fun, and thank you for joining us on that chat. Go ahead and let's hit it off to fashion and end the night on this nice, beautiful, strong note. Let's look at beautiful, beautiful Janelle walking on here. They have an amazing blue suit on. I love everything that Janelle puts together. I got to talk to
creatives,
talk
yeah.
to Janelle at their ET costume party, dressed as ET, and they were fully in character as well. That was quite the experience. I'm excited for Janelle as their career continues to grow.
All right, let's toss to Morgan.
Sure.
Morgan, what do you think about Janelle's look? I know that she's just off camera, but Janelle is literally one of the most creative forces on the planet.
Yeah, I love the navy, and I love that they were matching Cynthia Erivo when they did the double photo just now. Navy is like a very unexpected color on the carpet, so I think that they both pulled it off. And Janelle had on navy accessorized with gold, and Cynthia had on navy accessorized with silver. So yeah, super, super fun. And just this whole carpet has been, you know, as usual, the Grammys is always a very unpredictable, and you never know what you're gonna get, but that's why we love it, and it's one of the most fun fashion carpets of the year. And I think we saw some really cool things tonight. We saw a lot of, like we said, a lot of sheer, a lot of very nearly naked sheer. We saw a lot of feathers. I think feathers actually takes the cake as one of the top trends for the night, which came out a little bit later. And then we saw a lot of the capes, so many sheer capes, sleeve capes, capes on blazers. I think capes are the thing now, and I love a cape, so on any fashion form. So I think, yeah, those were the biggest things I was seeing tonight, and it's been a lot of fun. Thanks you guys for having me.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Morgan. It's been so much fun having you on here, really giving that insight,
She's
that
giving
fashion
great insight. Yeah, I learned a few things.
Did you? Well, more than ruching.
More, you're right. and sequins.
And sequins, that was and sparkles. I think that's what I had to say last year. But once again, you know, thank you all so much for joining us here tonight. I know some of you are changing on over to watch the actual Grammys award show. It's been an honor hosting with you again, Gary.
I love you so much, Leslie. We always have so
Thank
much
you.
fun.
We do.
We're such a great team. We brought in Krista as well this year, but it's always a pleasure, and I don't take it for granted.
Oh, thanks, Gary.
Of
It's always
course.
fun hosting with you. But thank you all, and have a great night.
Yeah, I got to go give my suit to Wayne Brady real quick,
Oh,
so
there
I'll
you
see
go,
you
there
guys
you go.
later.
book record.